if you're able to tell me how tourism inflow can improve with some of the programs in Tier 2. Then we go to the agencies, the attached agencies. There were submissions I requested from the DOT. Have they been submitted and were they forwarded to me? If you're gathering your thoughts, perhaps give me a list of those inputs that I was requesting that time for the week, and if it's been submitted. Yes. Huh? Ito yung Tier 2. Okay.
Tier 2, ma'am.
Sige.
Sa ilalim is the 8 billion infrastructure.
Okay. As always, whatever I say, we act on it, even before the second hearing. Attorney Doblon, the former head of the Senate Budget Office for 40 years.
Makes me 17.
I even asked, that makes her 79 years old, but she's my head of my budget. Please explain very briefly what we did. We tried to help them, and the reason of DBM why the request could not be granted. Okay, just brief. You have the floor.
Of the meeting?
Huh?
Yung meeting na.
Yeah, you're meeting in DBM because I asked you, per the request of the secretary, the roads leading to infrastructure projects leading to tourism destinations, they wanted it a la DepEd under them, right? Ayaw ng DBM, right? DBM is here? Yes, yes, okay. But explain.
Ma'am, based on our meeting with the Department of Budget and Management, on the request of DOT Secretary to include possible inclusion of the priority infrastructure project under the DOT budget. The concern is that DPWH is the infrastructure implementing arm of the government. So they would prefer that it should be with DPWH, and DPWH when naman the DPWH does not want it included under their budget because the budget of the trip budget tends to eat up the ceiling for the DPWH, which affect the implementation of their core project, which is intended for national roads, because it seems that the 8 billion submission are more on local roads.
So it's not in the NEP.
It's not in the NEP. The 8 billion. The trip, ma'am, the 6 billion, which is a continuing trip project, was accommodated by DPWH for 2025.
Okay, but the 6 billion, which is
continuing
of the DOT infrastructure leading to tourism destinations, is in the NEP
yes,
for 25,
yes,
but not in DOT, but under
the
DPWH. So the request, there are two things. Is it there or not? And second, is it in which agency? Ayaw ibigay sa DOT because of the infrastructure arm, right?
Ang DBM naman, ma'am, ang ayaw ilagay sa DOT because ang position nila, it is the DPWH is
that implements.
Yes, it's that implement. But they are amenable but they want if DOT will have a big ticket item, one that will really impact on the tourism development plan, may be considered ng DBM to be placed under DPWH again. Ayaw naman ng DPWH ang DOT project na maliliit kasi nga kinakain ang kanilang budget para sa national government roads.
So I don't understand. DBM says it should be under DPWH, but DPWH, which will the agency that will accommodate it, does not want the budget. So what will happen to DOT? Right? You understand? It's unfair. There's an agency that wants to improve tourism. We need, of course, roads. You can't ride a habal-habal going to a tourist destination, right? And there are local roads because tourist destinations don't always have to be in the poblacion or in cities. There are waterfalls there. There are rivers there and lakes, and there are indigenous people centers there, and that we want to do. So there must be FMRs and local roads leading to these destinations. But the agency that implements it, according to DBM, clearly is the DPWH. But if DPWH would say, ayaw namin kayo kasi nakakagulo ko, nakataas ang aming ceiling sa budget, saan ilalagay? O yan, ang tanong ko, di ba tama? Sige, nakahanap ka ng abogado, Secretary Frasco.
I mean,
Sige.
I think that was communicated to the DOT on the letter to March 3, 2024, which the DPWH said that the project under DPWH will use up its fiscal space for budget ceiling, thereby reducing the funding for its core mandate.
So that means we must have a second opinion from DBM to accommodate the request. In short, how do you support tourism if infrastructure, meaning roads and bridges leading to tourist destinations, will not be prioritized and accommodated in the DPWH budget? Second, if these are all local roads, where do we put it? FMRs under DA, but it will still fall under DPWH. So ergo, I think DOT must be allowed to have some infrastructure projects implemented by DPWH, but under them, because they know what will merge together, what's needed for a convergence towards those tourist destinations, right? Or maybe not under DOT. Should it be under TIZA? TIZA, correct, is the infrastructure arm. So should it be under TIZA? So that's a question mark. That's not for me to answer now. Let's find out. Oh, what else is the reason?
Ayun lang, Ma'am, ang reason.
So ayaw nila kayong maraming, kasi ang ceiling nila, kinakain nyo. Kasi ang DA sila taga-implement,
Yes.
ang DepEd sila implement, ang DOT sila nag-implement,
Yes, ma'am.
tama?
At ang ceiling nila, ang DA, ceiling nilang ginagamit nila.
Ceiling nino.
Ng DA. Yung FMR is within the budget of DA. So
Yes.
it uses its own ceiling
But the FMRs of DA are under DA.
under DA.
Oh.
Implementation is DPWH.
So if the DA has FMRs under DA, why can't the local roads under DOT be under DOT with DPWH as the implementing agency?
Ma'am, ang kaya nga ang ano namin dito, if the senators will incorporate their DOT budget, a special provision must be introduced. If it will be included under DOT.
So my only question is, we in government, the executive must be consistent. Are the FMRs of DA under the DA budget? Yes. Is a DepEd school building program fund under DepEd or under
DepEd.
but the implementation is DPWH?
Yes, ma'am.
Why can not the roads leading to tourism destinations, whether they are, maybe not if they're major roads, thoroughfares, it should be DPWH, but if it's local roads leading to tourism destinations, what is a nomenclature?
Arterial roads.
Arterial roads, local roads, why not, right? Why are they discriminating against DOT if DOT is a driver of the local and the domestic economy? Why not if it brings about thousands of jobs, etc.? So that's my question. So tignan natin, because I can amend it with a special provision if DBM will allow, right? May I have the view of DBM? State your name, please, and your position. Of course, you cannot contradict what DBM has said, but let's just open the possibility. Or if it's not a possibility at all, then I just keep quiet. And but I have to find out the real reason. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, my dear colleagues in government. Actually, I was in the same meeting with Attorney Attorney Yoli on the issue on the trip. Actually, we informed them about a letter from Secretary Manuel Bonoan of the DPWH po. And aside from those already relayed by Attorney Yoli, aside from eating up their the ceiling of the DPWH, because in the past years it has been in the amount of 15 billion, and in 2024 it's 15 billion, and then for 2025 it's 6.3. However, in the same letter, the DPWH also said that they will just be providing and implementing the cost of the ongoing projects for the trip, and they will no longer be accommodating new projects So continuing na lang po. So just like what Attorney Yoli said po. So and then
Let me just clarify, please. The DPWH has in its budget in the NEP for 2025 the roads leading to tourism projects, destinations under the previous year's continuing appropriations multi-year, and will no longer accept more tourism road projects, right?
actually po, it is continuing in a sense that these are ongoing local roads po. But it is under the 2025 NEP in the amount of 6.38 billion po.
That's what I said. The 6+ billion are previous year's projects, which are multi-year, therefore continuing, are present in the NEP for GAA 25.
Yes po, that's what DPWH said. But
And is that the ceiling of 6B for DOT infrastructure projects lodged under DPWH?
actually, it is continuing in a sense that some of them might have been funded under the 2024 budget, but maybe some of them might have been funded prior to 2024.
I'll repeat, huh? You mentioned how many billion?
38
Okay.
billion.
6.3 billion. You
Yes.
said is in NEP 2025
Yes.
for GAA 25. If it's in the NEP, that means it's funded. So you cannot say it's already funded previously in previous years. That was a separate funding of the same project. Right? So all I'm saying is that the 6.3 billion are infrastructure projects of DOT lodged under DPWH for its implementation of previous years funded and supported multi-year continuing up to GAA 25.
Yes po.
Yes.
By the definition of the DPWH, they just said that they are ongoing and they are
That's why.
and
That's why we're not saying, that's why I did not say they're new projects. The words are ongoing, continuing, previous years funded already, kaya nga continuing, that's why in the NEP of 25. Right? Ay, magulo ba ako? Maliwanag, di ba? Tama. Pareho nga sinasabi, kaya umuulang kayo kung tama po. Kasi I'm trying to explain what you're explaining in bite size na maliwanag.
Yes.
Hindi bago, continuing, pending, funded.
Yes po.
That's it. 6.3B. Tama
Yes
po. Yun.
6.3. And the DOT po actually proposed 8 billion. But during
O, tika muna yon.
Oh.
So, yung 6.38 na yon, nandito sa atin, di ba? At happy syempre ang DOT doon na na-accommodate ng DBM ang naka-lodge under DPWH na road projects. Right? It's there. We're not taking it out and no one's taking it out. Secretary, of course, you're aware of that it's lodged under DP, not under you, but per your request to move it under you, it's not possible as of now. But the 6.3 is there in DPWH, according to DBM, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So it is not on tier 2 because it's a NEP.
That is correct, Madam Chair. But if I may just
Yes.
provide context, in 2024, the total funding for the trip, including the continuing plus new roads, was 15.1 billion. Then for 2025, it has now been reduced to only 6 billion for only continuing roads and no new roads.
Of the 15 billion in the GAA 24, perhaps you see, maybe they can report the implementation. Maybe the unobligated amounts are big. That's the reason why DBM cut it. But of the GAA of 15B in 24, the net is 6.3. That happens because even, let's say, Dream Fund, Dole Tupad, it's very small in the NEP and the amendments increase it. So it's not necessarily the same in the NEP and the GAA all the time. It always increases in the GAA. And maybe look at the obligation and implementation rate of the 15B, baka hindi pa tapos, kaya hindi kayo binigyan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand, albeit I believe it is important to highlight that the funding for new roads for 2025 is completely zero.
So the 6.3 are the multi-year continuing of the 24 GAA, the 2024 GAA. So no new roads. And I have the list of those new roads. Yes, not now. I have to review. Marami yun. Of the 15 minus 6, right? Okay. Almost 9B worth of roads. I'm not certain I have the authority to amend that, but we see. Okay. Okay? DBM, nakakaintindi tayo? Yes. Yeah, continue.
The DPWH secretary po also said that they would want to focus on their core mandate since this involves local roads and with the Supreme Court's ruling on the Mandanas Garcia case, we have limited fiscal space and more funds are going to the LGUs. So that's also one of their points. And then they also would want to that new trip proposal should also be evaluated against the trip prioritization criteria jointly with the DOT po. So as also provided under the special provision for trip in the 2025 NEP, they should the DOT and the DPWH should be able to come up with a new set of guidelines or criteria wherein they will be able to identify jointly the list of projects for funding under the trip. And yun po.
You cited the Mandanas ruling, which clearly states that the increase in the LGU's budget has been done, right? But I'm in touch with LGU, cities, municipalities, $1 million na lang. So 1 million paano yung sa SK? At yung mga binibigay sa iba. Ang development cost, 20%. 200,000. How can you ever do anything? And what they need, barangay ito ha, micro, hyper-local, hyper-micro. Ang 200,000 development cost kung 2 million ang ira ng barangay, kailangan patubig. O kailangan yung dike, o yung seawall, yung ganito. Kung sabihin natin dahil sa Mandanas ruling, pag maliliit na proyekto sa local roads, municipality, or barangay, ay kailangan sa ira na lang ng LGU. Sasabihin ng LGU, maraming iba pa pangailangan, itong nga barangay, 20% goes to development costs. Wala talaga. Forever na lang walang tubig, forever na lang dirt road, papunta sa bundok, habal-habal ang sakay. Kung ang focus lang ng DPWH will be major thoroughfares. Okay? But I understand the limitations in fiscal space. And I have the letter here, which I'm sure the good secretary has, nung Marso pa to, sinabi na sa inyo ng DBM at ng DPWH that they will no longer approve any new tourism road projects, right? And that's the reason why you're asking me to try to change this. And this should be lodged. Oh, it says here, they will no longer approve any new tourism projects, and this should be lodged in the DOT budget. DPWH talking to you, meaning if you increase your budget, but DBM will not allow it. So yun ang pala isipan. How is that? DPWH is telling DOT, we cannot, but DBM says you cannot have any infrastructure projects because your DOT, it has to be in DPWH. But DPWH said, no, we cannot. So we have to clarify that. It's still not clear, even after the meeting. Paano yun, Yoli? Ayaw ni DP. Okay. And then in the letter to you, again, Secretary, you've read this. Sinabi na naman ng DP that they've reiterated their stance that no new tourism road projects will be entertained. And any funding of such projects should be allocated within the DOT's budget ceiling. Okay. Have you reached your budget ceiling for road projects leading to tourism destinations?
Yes. Well, the budget ceiling is not within our ceiling, so we have not been given any information on that. But if I may just, yes, Madam Chair, the provenance of this situation is from our advocacy from the very beginning that tourism destinations should have accessibility if they are to have any hope of thriving and if any employment is to be given to the local communities. And so we completely disagree that only major thoroughfares leading to tourist destinations should be funded, which is why we have advocated that new roads, funding for new roads should be put in, given for the longest time, the funding for trips had only been for continuing roads. And it was only in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, that funding for new roads had been put in. In any event, we have had various dialogues with the DPWH, resulting in the letter of Secretary Bonoan agreeing with us that the budget of roads should be lodged under DOT, as it takes precedence from so many other agencies, including DepEd, DA, DOH, and the like, all of whom have primary say on where their projects that feed their mandate should be put in based on data, and yet it is the DPWH that implements. So I'm not quite
After
understanding.
this hearing, may I request Attorney Doblon, DBM, representative from the Office of Sec Frasco, representative kayo po sa DBM and my office, find out the 6.3, no, find out the 15B in GAA 24 implementation, and the 6.3 is a continuing of a part of that 15B of 2024 on the status of implementation of DPWH. Baka mabagal, baka hindi ginagawa, kaya hindi linigay.
But Madam Chair,
Yes.
to be fair to DBM, we actually received a letter from Secretary Pangandaman on June 14, 2024, directing us, the DOT, to propose to the DPWH 8 billion worth of new tourism road infrastructure projects, which we did, and for which we have furnished you the list. Yet the reply was that there would be no funding for new roads. So then now we are in a quandary with the DBM having directed us to propose, the DPWH having rejected the same, leaving these roads that will support our tourism destinations with no funding whatsoever.
So first, we ascertain with finality where the infrastructure projects must be lodged, like DA, DepEd, and DOH, or under DPWH, which is not the same as the other three agencies I mentioned. The second is the status of obligation and implementation of the 15B GAA 2024 DOT projects being implemented by the DPWH. And third, the review of the 8 billion requested by DOT, which was not included because only 6.3 in the NEP was included of the continuing and no new projects. So that's the pending with me, which we cannot finish in this hearing, right? Sinamarize yun, ha? Tatapusin natin yan this week. Okay, so we proceed now. Before we are done with the major agency. We went through page by page, right? And had various questions, and I hope the responses have been given to us, right? All, yeah. We're now supposed to go to per agency, right? But first, may I see the line item for the community-based tourism program projects. And the second would be the skills training for tourism. This is very interesting because, as you know, I'm always micro, hyper micro. I like barangay-based, community-based, community-managed enterprises, whether they are MSMEs. And I also favor and have a bias for community-based, community-managed livelihood enterprises and tourism enterprises, which are small but sustainable. Go to Laos, even Vietnam, even Myanmar, even before they had political chaos. Yeah. Let's say, here am I again. Let's say in Luang Prabang, what is the name of the weaving center I was supposed to bring you to that I always talk about? The weaving center in Luang Prabang, by the Mekong River. It's very simple, but they have a road. Lumang bahay lang, may weaving center parang din sa atin, na open lang siya, nipa, may museum, ang ganda ng collection. Sandali, 1 minute. Is a memory of a 64-year-old better than a 30-year-old. Why? Ay, nako. Kok, tok. Google nyo. Ay, nako, tama po. Alala nyo. Sige. Napakasimple. Sige na. Sino nakapunta na sa... There was just an ASEAN meet in Laos. Sino nakapunta na sa Luang Prabang sa kwartong ito? Ay, nako. Alam nyo, it shows na hindi kailangan magara, hindi kailangan infrastrukturang malaki, hindi kailangang makintab na nagkumikinang. Hindi kailangan ganun. There's an amman there. It's beautiful. But there's also Okpoktok, which is a weaving center in the main thoroughfare, which is not a highway or a boulevard, simple road. It's a French colonial town, restored old houses. Then you just go local roads, barangay roads, pero hindi naman yung kuweba. Then you go to a little place, which is an old house with the weaving center, with a museum of a good collection, and simple food and eat by the Mekong. Imposible hindi kaya ng Davao. Imposible hindi kaya ng Cebu. Imposible hindi kaya ng Antique. Simpleng-simple. Pero, busloads of tourists. But, you know, people are not harassed. People are friendly, malinis, always fully booked. Then we took a boat in the Mekong, nothing fancy. But, and even their pensions and hotels, you know this, retrofitted, adaptive reuse old houses. I always say I love Luang Prabang. It's my happy place. Been there more than 3-4 times because we can do it so much. Even in Intramuros, I even sent there. Sino pinadala ko mga taga DBM and what agency? NCCA and PTRI. It does not need big infra. Maybe another example. Kasi yung mga Phuket, puro malalaking building na, kaya in-example ko na lang yung napakaliit na Luang Prabang. Try to go there. Another, ito mahirap puntahan, Inle Lake. Bakit ang Inle Lake? Google nyo, sa Myanmar. And the hotels and houses are on stilts because it's on a lake. You know, bus loads, and the flights are, you have to go to the capital. No, from Bagan, we flew to, it wasn't the capital, but from the capital, we went to another airport. Mahirap puntahan, but by God, bus loads of German tourists. Why? That's Myanmar. And then little boats, then they show you how lotus fiber is being drawn from lotus flowers, and then they sell shawls. Come on, we have that. Marga knows this. Christina knows this. Everyone. But there were busloads of tourists, and all the hotels were full, and the hotels are not 5-star, but clean, pretty little houses on stilts. Me, that's my idea of sustainable livelihoods and sustainable tourism. Okay, I'll stop talking and listen to you. So may I be briefed on the skills projects and where is it lodged under NEP 2025 and the community-based tourism projects, the programs, or is this part of Tier 2? Yeah, Secretary. Then we proceed with the Tourism Promotions Bureau and the other agencies. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for your deep appreciation for the need for empowering our communities with the appropriate skills and funding to be able to provide unforgettable experiences to our tourists. This is well aligned with the thrust of the Department of Tourism, which has implemented several programs that seek to empower communities. So first would be our tourism industry skills program, which rolls out training modules per region that are based on industry skills across the tourism value chain, anywhere from culinary training to tour guiding to pasalubong making, as well as farm tourism, sustainable tourism modules, and even converting your home into a homestay for purposes of accommodating overnight tourists. These skills then feed into the rollout of the Philippine Experience Program, which is a heritage, culture, and arts caravan that we have since implemented in 9 regions, 22 provinces, and over 60 local government units where
Tourism
Philippine
caravan
experience.
yeah. Are you continuing with that?
Yes.
I've not joined, I've not witnessed, I'm not too familiar with it. If it's similar to Governor Gwen Garcia, Suri,
Suroy, yes.
because I love the Suri.
Yes, that is the template, Madam Chair.
Very good. Yeah.
Correct, yes. And so these skills feed into the implementation of the Philippine Experience Program, which allows the community to be ready to receive tourists and to have top quality offerings for tourism services. So I will yield the floor first to Undersecretary Rica Bueno to give an overall view into the tourism industry skills program as well as our community-based tourism organization trainings, which items have been expended for 2024 and for which we would request additional funding under Tier 2 for 2025. And subsequent to that, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to yield the floor to Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso to discuss our Philippine Experience Program, for which we are also requesting funding per region, as well as our very exciting gastronomy tourism portfolio, which we seek to roll out even further for 2025.
So you said?
The Philippine Experience and the gastronomy tourism for USEC
The
Verna.
last one, you said something portfolio. I didn't get it.
Our gastronomy tourism portfolio.
Gastronomy.
Correct.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
In fact, I've supported through, what budget was that? The Terra Madre Visayas in Negros.
Yes.
We also supported, maybe not through DOT, was it through DT? I am not so sure. I made an amendment in last year's, no, in this year's budget for the Terra Madre in Turin. For
Yes.
not travel of people, but the booth.
Yes, Madam Chair,
Was it through
actually,
DOT?
please accept our gratitude for your support
Yeah.
because this has resulted now in Bacolod City being declared as the slow food hub of Asia and as well as the Philippines securing the privilege of hosting the Terra Madre Asia Pacific next year.
Let me just state this. I supported the slow food movement of the Visayas in Negros of Chinchin Uy, I think. And I gave them funds. Where is the book? Through NCCA.
Hmm.
There's a pending documentation of culinary heritage. And they even went to Antique, they went to Iloilo, etc. And there's supposed to be a hard copy book and a soft copy still pending from last year's budget. Second, they also had activities which we supported. I wasn't able to go, sent a video last year for slow food. And there was another request. I'm not sure if it's Slow Food Negros, but the slow food movement, not sure which area, for a booth in Turin. In the
Yes, and
recent,
that has been executed, Madam Chair,
did I do the amendment through the DOT or maybe DTI? I'm not certain.
through the NCCA.
Through NCCA. Okay, so regardless of which agency it is lodged in, so it was implemented. So
Yes.
maybe whoever staff is in charge, I want to see, but the book is not yet ready, right? Maybe it's Shari in charge. Can you find out? So is the NCCA the correct agency or it should be DOT?
Well, I would of
Regard-
course say
yeah.
DOT,
DOT.
but
I was not informed.
but I'm sure the NCCA has been very, very helpful to us also in terms of our culture-based tourism.
Yes, yes. So you can actually merge, right? Because
Yes,
I like
absolutely.
government convergence. Okay. So I like this very much. Your Philippine Experience Program, Culture, Heritage, and Arts Caravan. If I may also add nature, because nature would encompass everything in the environment. I don't know what you want to call it, either environment, nature, yeah. So culture, heritage, and arts, gastronomy would fall under culture, right? MSMEs would be under culture, everything's under culture, but maybe culture, nature, if I may, heritage and arts. And how come you don't have anything in Region 6 yet?
We actually already executed in Region 6, Madam Chair. However, simply because of the breadth of the coverage, we are doing a second iteration for Region 6,
And
which
perhaps
shall include
Are you
Antique.
only doing it per region or actually per province? Because every district, congressional district, or every province even can have their mini Philippine experience, iba? We would like to encourage all districts, when I say districts, congressional districts, or every province, or even every town or city to have their mini experiences. Because yes, it's interesting. So which of these regional projects became the most? Oh, it says here, okay, it's from Cebu, Suri, Cebu. Very good. Then we can use Philippine experience as the main topic, but they can have their local language, right? Let's say, kayo Suri, kami Kruhay Antique. Di ba ganun? So, depende sa salita, ganun. Ano yung sa Ilocano, o so, which was the best? That really, at saka, this is just expenditure of government officials and local officials eating the food and going on a tour themselves, or we want to see, with this investment, did it generate this amount or number of local tourists? And then we encourage homestays. Kasi kamukha sa amin, wala kami 5-star hotels. Pero, tama yung ginagawa niyong skills training, tinuturuan nyo ng malinis lang malinis na mga sanitation, linis, ganun. Is that what you're doing?
Madam Chair, the wonderful thing about the Philippine Experience Program is that not only does it provide an introduction into the regions and provinces that it covers, but it also provides actual business opportunities to the local stakeholders, because we make an effort to invite our national tourism organizations as well as our regional tourism stakeholders and allow them to have business-to-business meetings with our local stakeholders, resulting then in sales leads and actual tourism packages that are sold as we are there. And so the effort really is first to open the eyes of our tourist agencies and tour operators that these places exist and that they are
Na
able to
meron
offer.
to, hindi yung mga traditional na alam na. Siyempre, i-promote yung mga kilala na. Pero pag i-package nyo na hindi lang puro beach, although maganda yung beach, meron din palang ibang destination na environment, nature, culture, heritage, ganun. Yes. And agro-tourism could be farm visits, right? Oo.
Yes.
Okay.
So what has transpired is that our NTOs and our regional tourism stakeholders now have touched base with our local stakeholders, resulting in the commercial sale of these local tourism packages. The intention,
This caravan does not have tourists. It's really a work caravan of national, let's say, national tourism stakeholders, meaning tour operators and travel agencies. Let's say, dadalhin nyo si Tita Dading Clemente ng Raja Tour, dadalhin nyo ang Las Palmas Travel ni Rose Nagy, at dadalhin na mention ko ito yung mga kaibigan ko sa travel, dadalhin nyo yung iba't ibang mga ahensyang malalaki sa Maynila, at natuklasan, meron palang ganito sa corner ng, first time namin dito, ganun.
Them plus our
Binibenta
media.
nyo, parang awareness, tas binibenta. Mm-mm.
Yes, Madam Chair. We invite our tourism stakeholders plus the media plus influencers to get to have access to a younger
Very good.
market, and really open the door
Very good.
for
But
tourism
before you
development.
do that, do you already train the locals
Yes.
kung paano maging hospitable kung hindi
Yes.
pa napuntahan yung lugar? Okay.
Yes, we do. Interventions are done prior to the implementation of the program, and there are actual site validations that are done in collaboration with the LGU. And what we have seen is this wave of excitement in terms of the realization that certain destinations which had not necessarily been top of mind in terms of tourism before are now emerging as such.
For this, where is it lodged in your NEP 2025?
It's lodged in two areas. First, in our tourism industry skills program, and second, in our Philippine experience program. And
Funded. In the NEP.
it's funded,
How much is it in the NEP? For
but
the,
it could be funded more.
no, akin na nga. So, what is, because my staff are looking at it, wala raw sa line item nyo. Sabi nyo wala. Wala daw. They looked at it in the NEP, community-based tourism program. They could not find it. Maybe it's in a different
Yes.
name in the NEP.
Yes, the name under the NEP is Product and Market Development,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So product and market development, how much is your budget in NEP 25? So dun papasok yung sa product and market development, nandiyan yung Philippine Experience, which is the community-based tourism program, and the tourism skills development, nandun na pareho. Right? Under product development. Yun ang i-amend kong
So under the NEP, the product and market development stands at 541 million. And
how much would it cost for one province? Kasi airfare yan. Do you pay for the airfare of the tourism stakeholders from national, and then accommodations, you pay for that, or may partner LGU, and food, etc.? How much?
yes, around 5 to 8 million, Madam Chair.
5 million for one trip.
5 to 8
5
million.
to 8.
Yes.
And what's your budget for NEP? In NEP for that? For product
It's
development?
around 127 million for the Philippine experience.
So you can do how many provinces? Is it regions or provinces? You're going to do provinces?
Regions, but our intention is to cover as many
Yeah.
as many provinces as possible.
So
We've
it's
only
100.
covered 22 so far out of the
How many is that? If it's 100, what is in your NEP?
127.
Yeah, divided by 5. So muna, tipidin natin sa 5.
7.5 to 7 per
Yes.
7.5.
How many?
It's around 7.5 million per region.
Yes. So how many can you do with the budget you have?
16.
So you cover all regions with your budget. You've covered all regions already,
But not all provinces.
not all provinces.
Yes.
Okay. So give us give us the list. Have you earmarked it already? Not yet. Hindi pa naman. It's bulto siya, no?
Yes.
Pipiliin pa nyo yung mga probinsya at yung mga, so, ganito, 127 for product development. That includes the Philippine Experience, which is the community-based tourism program. That also includes the skills training.
The skills training is a separate item at
Ah.
91.8 million,
Tabi
Madam
mo
Chair.
na. So, iba yon. So, this is all MOE? Is it all MOE?
Yes.
Yes, all MOE. And you've not determined yet the regions and the provinces. But give me na lang the breakdown of your 7.5.
Yes,
You
we
said-
have determined the regions, but the provinces are subject to site validation.
Okay, you've predetermined the regions. Of course, covered na yung buong 16, di ba? Oo. So in short, wala pa yung mga probinsya. But give me the kind of programs that you already had from your previous and how you'll enhance it. I'm not imposing on you, but my suggestion is to include nature, for a better term, but not just culture and arts, which is I love, but di ba maganda may nature din? Oo. Okay. Sige. And it's 127 and your ask is to increase that. So give me your regions under that province's recommendation, not now, within the week, then I'll review it and perhaps adjust it upwards and give you additional budget for that. But I want to see the breakdown of the 7.5. Okay.
Thank you,
So
Madam
that's
Chair.
national stakeholders and preparation of the local hosts, meaning pensions, homes, hotels, resorts, etc., and tour operators, mga jeep, sasakyan, bus, magkakano, restaurant, at saka media. Tama? Promotions and meetings.
Yes, correct.
Ganda. Iba pa yung skills training. Under what? Ano yung nomenclature doon?
Before the skills, Madam Chair, I wanted to add that we have also made the effort to invite members of the diplomatic corps, especially those whose countries have existing travel advisories against particular regions. Yes. For pertaining to the tourism industry skills, it is now at 91.8 million.
Program. What is the nomenclature?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. TISP, Tourism Industry Training Program, Madam Chair.
Okay. Just explain to me because I had before it. I had training of the Iraynon Bukidnons in Tibiao Antique for basic hospitality. I think housekeeping, cleaning rooms, fixing beds, serving. Is that how what you do? You can even partner with TESDA for this, right?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. May I kindly yield the floor to Undersecretary Rica Bueno, who can give us the overview of this program and the specifics as well.
Yes, Yusek Bueno, yes, what do you handle in tourism?
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Rica Bueno, and I handle standards and tourism training in the Department of Tourism. The Department of Tourism po has one of its major programs is really the provision of skills trainings for all the tourism workforce in the industry, whether they be in the formal establishments and informal workers, which also includes our community-based tourism organizations. So the DOT po provides various trainings to all of the workers in the country, skills training and advocacy training programs. And as the Secretary has mentioned, prior po for example, in the development and of our PEP program in each destination, our regional offices would conduct the preparatory trainings for the host communities that would include different skills trainings, starting with the Filipino brand of service excellence, which is really a communities customer service excellence.
Who does the training? You outsource it.
We have a
Trainers,
pool,
yeah.
yes, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, for the Filipino brand of service excellence. We have regional trainers trained on the Filipino brand of service excellence. We have a pool of FBSE trainers per region. And for the other skills training, we engage industry experts. Some of them would also be TESDA certified trainers
Yes.
and from the industry as well.
Good. So do you partner with TESDA accredited institutions for the training, right?
Last year po, the Secretary signed the Memorandum of Understanding with TESTA specifically for the provision of skills training for prospective
So,
workers in the industry as
budget-
well as current workers.
It's lodged with you, DOT, but this budget goes to the TESDA trainers to train the people in the area for the skills? Or is the
Madam,
budget lodged in TESDA?
there is a budget lodged in TESDA po. For the TESDA scholarship program, I understand they have an allotment for the tourism sector under their TESDA scholarship program. But the DOT has its own skills training fund under the tourism industry skills training program, or the tourism industry training program. And we engage our own pool of experts in various fields, Madam Chair.
Ang pinaka gusto ng tao sa mga naranasan nyo?
It's actually po the community tour guides training and the culinaria training. The community tour guides training po would really be dependent on the type of activity where these locals would be trained. For example, we're opening up hiking trail in one mountain, or caving, so we have specialized. The community tour guiding training would be specialized for cave guides, for mountain guides, even for mangrove guiding, or even bird watching po, Madam Chair. And we have engaged experts in various fields in this regard.
Okay, good. So you should, and I'm glad you do, partner with TESDA, because we also handle the budget. No, we used to. It's Joel now, no? Yeah, Joel, yeah. Should partner with TESDA, and the DOLE GIPs, Government Internship Program, can also be trained as local tour guides. You can partner with DOLE. Ganda rin yun. Anyway, sige, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regard to the DOLE GIP, we're actually coordinating with them currently to pilot the GIP internship for our prospective workers as well for the industry. So we're working on the mechanics, Madam Chair.
Skills training include DRR as well?
Yes, Madam Chair. We actually have
Disaster risk reduction, which should also include first aid and emergency.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have those modules. We have the first aid and the basic life support training. We also have the water, especially if the activity is, water-based. We offer WASAR, the water safety and rescue training. We also have the basic incident command system training and other emergency response trainings for our frontliners, Madam Chair.
Pa dapat, yung culture agencies ng gobyerno, merong simpleng module o template para sa inyo. Let's say, ang National Historical Commission, ang NCCA, even an NCIP, in areas where there are sensitivities, where there are indigenous people, para yung respeto sa kultura ay hindi basta mag-intrude o ganito, i-picture, diba, respeto. Again, I cite Luang Prabang. Like we were briefed, in the morning at 6 a.m. when the monks come out in the main thoroughfare, which is just a small road. You don't take photos. You don't stare at them while they're praying and take photos in their face, right? And be silent. And they request the silence of the meditative Buddhist monks. Yung ganun, respeto. Kaya maganda sa special provision, this is not budgetary, we will do a special provision where the NCCA, NHP, NHCP, National Museum, where there are museums handled by NCCA because they're cultural, or SLTs, which are not museums, but schools of living tradition, where there are national museums and its branches, where there are museums under NHEP because they're historical in nature. It should be part of the Philippine experience, perhaps, and the NCIP to help you in addressing sensitivities or even awareness of indigenous peoples and rural peoples, not indigenous, but there are customs and traditions that people need to be aware of it and respected. Hindi ba? Pagulo ba ako? Gets nyo, no? Okay. So, gagawa tayo ng special provision na ganon. Para ang ating Philippine experience ay holistic, socially inclusive, culturally inclusive. Mm-mm. Tapos, si NCCA and all agencies attached to it, may module binigay sa inyo, kasama yan ng training sa mga tinetrain nyo. Mm-mm. Okay. Please continue.
So every year po, Madam Chair, the DOT is accorded with a budget of for the industry skills program, and next year we have the 91.8 million as mentioned by the secretary for and it's this is also shared with all the regional offices, and for next year each regional office would have a budget also corresponding charged to the 91.8 million for their corresponding tourism industry skills program per region.
Where does Pamana Tour fall under? Saan ang Pamana Tour? Where does it fall under? Under product development, under the Philippine experience?
If I may, Madam Chair, it falls under the Philippine Experience Program. Since the Philippine Experience Program actually has 4 thematic areas that it covers. So first, we have the Pamana, which pertains to our living cultural, historical heritage. And then we have the Likha, which pertains to our arts. We have the Suri-Suri, which covers the destinations itself and the natural assets of the destination. We have the Hain, or the Salo-Salo, which pertains to our gastronomy and culinary heritage. And then we have the Kalinaw, which covers our pilgrimage and wellness component.
Have it here. It's a comprehensive report. Thank you for providing my office. This is in Filipino, right? Tagalog. Hain, Salo-Salo, no?
Yes.
Kalinaw is
correct.
also Filipino. Pamana is Filipino. Likha is Filipino. But Suri-Suri is Cebuano.
Yes.
So I think we should be consistent. Are we using Cebuano words or Filipino words? Because suri-suri in our language, kinaraya is lagaw-lagaw. Sa Tagalog, gala-gala. So, okay lang ba na ang gamitin natin iba-ibang languages? It's okay because suri-suri kilala na yan
Yes.
dahil nauna kayo.
Correct.
So, suri-suri, then we just explain. This is a Cebuano word, but there are different meanings, right? But in Tagalog or Filipino, it's gala-gala. Diba?
Yes.
Amin,
Correct.
sa amin, lagaw-lagaw. Ganun.
We try to be as inclusive as possible in terms of our ethno-linguistic
Pero wala na naman nature dito.
exposure.
Magandang may gastronomy, magandang may pilgrimage at wellness, magandang may historical and cultural, magandang may arts. Diyan papasok yung mga MSMEs, festivals, yung suri-suroy. Parang wala ang nature tourism. Farm tourism, wala din. Would you like to
We
include that?
incorporate it in either the heritage component, especially when there is a declared site, and then in the wellness component. For example, Madam Chair, when we were in Iloilo, there was a specific farm tourism site that was included in the Philippine Experience Program.
Could I request you please? Kasi meron naman kayong nature-based tourism eh. Bakit hindi nakasama? Kasi meron kayong nature-based tourism. But is it different? Itong inyong nature-based tourism and activities and BAT, is it a different plan from your Philippine experience? Why don't you include that and not have a separate one? Kasi maganda na yung isa eh. Philippine experience. Nandiyan ang arts and crafts and heritage. Nandiyan ang wellness at ganito. Isama na nyo ang nature doon. Di ba?
Yes.
Ito bang nature-based tourism is a different caravan or Philippine experience?
The nature-based tourism, Madam Chair, is interspersed in the regional tourism circuits that supports their ecotourism destinations.
Iba kasi yun.
Correct, yes. But
Uh-huh.
I think that that's a brilliant suggestion in terms of making a conscious effort to incorporate nature offerings into
Yes.
the Philippine
Because
experience.
where you have nature, let's say, protected areas, whether under NEPA's, National Integrated Protected Areas, nationally legislated, or those which are legislated through municipal ordinances. Let's say kami, sa Northwest Panay Peninsula. Magandang isama yon, tapos trekking, pero sa barangay kung saan meron yun, meron naman silang Santa Rosario Multipurpose Cooperative na may mga bariw bag na gumagawa. Pero meron din bundok, meron din halo-halo siya. So magandang may arts and culture, isama na nyo ang nature. Hindi naman bawal maglagay doon, pero meron pa rin kayong nature-based tourism, hindi ba? Oo, just to add it
Yes.
in the consciousness of people and in your programs.
Yes.
So it's nature and culture actually, not just culture, right? Okay, so we talked about product development, and that's where the Philippine experience is. And your nature-based tourism and the National Tourism Development Plan, where does this fall under? The product development, your budget for this?
It still falls under product and market development, Madam Chair.
Okay. So I'll support both and see your plans and possibly do some augmentations in your budget there and the trainings as well, and do the special provision for the convergence with TESDA and the special provision for NCCA and the attached agencies to include that. Okay. So let's proceed now with the agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the budget of 3B is only the DOT. The attached agencies have their own budgets, right?
Yes, they have
Okay.
their own budget
Thank you.
proposals.
Thank you, Secretary. We proceed with the National Tourism Board. Yes, Marga.
May buntag, Madam Chair. Good morning. Can we flash our presentation? Okay. We are the Tourism Promotions Board Philippines, the marketing and promotions arm of the Philippine Department of... Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Madam Chair.
Before you proceed, what is this? Okay. Before we proceed with that, no? I know that perhaps emanating from DOT, this errors do not happen. Maybe when you print paraphernalia in the provinces, it happens. I saw this long ago. This was 2023. This year. Dito nang galing sana sa inyo. It says, love the Philippines, Banawe Rice Terraces, Benguet. You know, if there's anything that really triggers me, it's really misinformation and wrong knowledge, right? We know very well that the Banawe Rice Terraces does not belong to Banawe because Baguio City is Banawe and Banawe is in Ifugao. Yeah. So just a question, did this come from DOT or it's those who printed it in Cordillera? Let's be very, very careful with accuracy. Otherwise we'll be marketing the wrong province. Mali. It was just given to me. I saw this long ago. This was seen in the NAIA. Baka naman sila ang gumawa nun. Oh, it was an advertising firm. Oh, why are they like that? Anyway, be careful when you get, it happens to me every day. Every day. Some staff, some people, outsource media suppliers. We don't know, they don't know geography, they don't know basic things that Filipinos must know. So, hindi na siyempre nakakontrol ni Secretary lahat yan. Oo. Diba?
Yes.
But this has been corrected. Let's be very careful.
Madam Chair, this was a most unfortunate oversight that
Hindi kayo, no? Yung advertising.
this was actually
Anong
handled.
ahensya yun?
This was the DOT branding unit, Madam Chair, which outsourced the placement of the erroneous advertorial material. And so upon when the matter was brought to our attention, the erroneous material was taken down in the immediate,
Yeah.
and a comprehensive sweep of all materials in the thousands all over
Yes.
the world was conducted to ensure the proper
Kaya dapat
diligence
sa
in
source
the
pa lang eh.
execution.
Yeah.
Yes,
It
Madam
happens even in the Senate, and it really triggers me pag mga mali, stupidities eh. Sorry, I want to know the name of the ad agency so that I'll never get them. Which agency was this? No, we have to put it on
Giselle.
record so that I might mistakenly get them. Ayoko na. I cannot stand stupidity. Anong ahensya?
If I may refer to ASEC Gisela Kisumbing, Madam Chair, who handles our branding unit.
Thank you, Secretary. Madam Chair, yes. The agency involved in the erroneous material is actually IPG Media Brands.
What's that? IPG?
They are our creative agency.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Everybody makes mistakes, but they should be more careful. And they should not waste, not just a wastage of government resources, but also the embarrassment, right? It's unfair. Yeah. To the secretary, she faces the world. It's unfair to us senators. We face the public. And so you understand, sinasabi ko to, kasi they think minsan sobrang stricto eh. Kailangan ganun. Hanggang sa huling comma, hanggang sa kulay, hanggang sa spelling. But this is a factual error. So complete staff work must be observed by everyone and anyone. Whether you are a cleaner or a copywriter, whether you're a tour guide or a secretary, right? That goes for all of us. Yeah. So thank you for that information. And again, ang hirap kami. Yan, si Christina. Kami yung humaharap sa tao. Tapos, ang masama, kami or opisina or iba black prop. Unfair. Eh galing naman doon. Hindi niya pwedeng sabihin, kasi yung advertising agency, kami yung humaharap sa tao eh. Kaya, yeah. Dapat matuto ng leksyon. Pero dapat naman, chinek ninyo.
actually, Madam Chair, as in any inaccuracy, everyone, including the agencies involved, should really go through the proper vetting.
Yes, yes. So nakikinig kayong lahat, ha? Ganyan, ganyan. Sige. Okay. Proceed. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And thank you for your honesty, yeah, right? And so ngayon, ayan, wait, before you go. How did you correct that? Para makikinig din yung aking mga bagong staff sa akin. Kasi we have outsourced, we can't do it with a staff of 20 lang in the Senate or 30. How do you do it? Tapos, believe it or not, people don't read. Sometimes ang kanilang attention span o di madetalye. So it's not a vice. It's not a luxury. It's a basic need to be accurate and factual. We owe it to our public. Right? So anong gamot na ginawa nyo para yun din gagawin ng opisina ko?
As the Secretary already mentioned, Madam Chair, upon the receival of the news of this erroneous material, we
No,
got-
I mean, what process do you do now so that it doesn't happen again? What kind of vetting?
From start to finish, Madam Chair, we really go through the proper vetting with regard to having the materials passed through.
There's a group or a
regional
person in charge.
offices. It goes through a very tedious process right now.
Memo me through the
From-
secretary, the process. I'll make my staff read it.
All right,
If
we'll do that, Madam
my
Chair.
process is not as tedious as yours, I will make it as tedious as yours.
Okay.
Right? Oh, because we cannot make mistakes.
Mhm. Noted, Madam Chair. We'll do
Okay.
that. We will pass
Okay,
this on.
thanks. Are you new?
Almost more than a year in.
Just 1 year. From
Yes.
Cebu.
From my family originally.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. Okay, proceed. Marga, thanks.
May buntag, ma'am.
Ay buntag.
We are the Tourism Promotions Board Philippines, the marketing and promotions arm of the Philippine Department of Tourism, created under Republic Act 9593. So we are mandated to market and promote the Philippines as a premier destination for leisure, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, MICE. So the TPB focuses on promoting the Philippines both domestically and internationally, targeting 13 key and strategic markets. Flashed on the screen are our 13 key markets. If we can go to the next slide. Our mission is to market and promote the Philippines in partnership with our stakeholders towards a dynamic tourism destination. And our vision is to be the leading organization in marketing the Philippines as a preferred destination for sustainable, uniquely diverse, and experiential travel. Next slide. So for our 2000, next slide, please. So for our 2023 financial performance, from the TPB's fiscal year 2023 approved corporate operating budget of 1.28 billion, our actual budget utilization as of September 20, 2024 is at 97.93%. The balance will be considered as continuing appropriation, which is valid for obligation and disbursements until December 31, 2024. Next slide. For 2023, the TPB had over 103 implemented programs and was able to generate 7.8 billion in sales leads and 474 million in media values flashed on the screen. Next slide. This is further broken down into our different departments. The TPB institutionalized events, international promotions, MICE promotions, domestic promotions, and marketing communications. Next slide. Here are some photos flashed on the screen of all our events in 2023. Next slide. We can go through next. Next. And our awards and citations also next. And next. So for 2024 financial performance from the TPB's fiscal year 2024 approved corporate budget of 2.49 billion, our actual budget utilization as of September 30, 2024 is at 1.68 billion with a percentage utilization rate of 72.33%. Next slide. For 2024, the TPB currently has implemented 62 programs, leading to 5.27 billion in sales leads generated and 367.64 million in media values generated, with a 72.33 budget utilization as of September 2024. Next slide. So here is our physical performance broken down the same format as last year. Next slide. Sharing some of our awards and citations. Next slide. Okay, so for the comparative COB 2024 versus 2025, in 2024, our budget was 2.4 billion. Our proposed budget for 2025 was 1.9 billion. And on June 14, 2024, the TPB received a DBM confirmed budget level amounting to 1.3 billion. Next slide. So here is just a summary of our utilization past years from 2019 to 2023. For 2024, COB of 2.4 billion is at 72.33, and we are confident that we will hit our target utilization rate of at least 90%. Next slide. So this is a proposed budget outside of our NEP, which is included in our proposal of the 1.9 billion. So this totals 468.
Can you please put it back to your NEP budget?
Oh, okay. Our NEP budget. Back. Here. Maybe this one, Madam Chair.
Your NEP 25 budget.
Yeah, so it is 1.3. 1.3 COB level confirmed.
Do you have the breakdown in one page?
Yes. Do we have the breakdown of the 1.3 just in the pie?
Show me the hard copy here.
We will give you the hard copy of the 1.3 breakdown.
Breakdown here. No, but this is outside of
That's outside of NEP. That was just the part of the proposal. Here it is, ma'am, but no, this is the 1.9 proposal. Can we give the 1.3?
Your NEP of the agency is 1B, right?
1.3, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
and
Yes.
the breakdown, please, of the 1.3.
Okay.
Don't you have a copy here of the breakdown of the 1.3? Or just read it into the record if you
If I
don't
have it. Okay.
Oh, you don't have.
What I have is the breakdown of the marketing and promotions operational budget. But I think my team has it on file. We can flash it.
If you don't have the breakdown, just show me the pie again, please. So I
Okay.
can see it.
Can we go into the pie again?
Siguro next time, for ease of presentation, okay, you have the pie, then you have
The break.
the net budget 1.3, 1, 2, 3, and then your tier 2, which you're asking for 1, 2, 3, then you justify it.
Okay.
Parang
Yes,
yung
Madam
ginawa
Chair.
ng DOT mother agency nyo, ganun yung presentation, clear.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Please read to me the 1.3.
Can we go back to the pie? It's
Slide, please, of the pie.
yeah, it's so personal services, it's actually super small. Can we go to
I
the
know,
pie
but
here?
Can we go back, please,
Yeah.
to the pie? To the slide of the pie. Yung tatlong red.
Yeah, I have it here, but it's super small eh. Can we Oh, pero yung
Yan.
number, hindi ko rin
So,
Madam Chair here. So for personal services, it's 152.
why does it say 1.9?
Oh, 1.9 was our proposed COB.
We're cut down to
We were cut down to 1.3, Madam Chair.
what will
Okay.
suffer if you only have your 1.3?
So, our
Ang liit
here.
kasi.
Oo nga, sorry Madam Chair. Oo
No,
nga,
this is-
oo nga.
Okay, this is
Oo.
an advice to those presenting.
Mm-mm.
And this is not just your agency, marami yan sa gobyerno.
Mm-mm.
Learn the art of communication. Communicate in visuals and in writing, and make sure, please, that the art cards or the visuals are understandable. Ang liit eh.
Mm-mm.
O even mine here, ang liit.
Mm-mm.
So that we can help you better. Because sometimes it's meant to confuse. Yan, i-close up nyo. Paano kayo tutulungan kung hindi nyo pinapakita sa amin?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay. PS.
The breakdown of marketing technology.
What will suffer? Okay, we go to the next page of your ask or your tier 2.
The one before that.
May I know, before we enacted, in fact, I think I was co-author of this law with Senator Gordon then, before the creation of the Tourism Promotion Board, that was in 2009, right? 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Who performed your role?
Before 2009, ma'am, we were the PCVC, the Philippine Conventions Bureau.
That was still
Yes.
PCVC.
It
but
was PCVC.
Still a
Still
bureau.
MICE. Yes.
Still a bureau under
Yes.
DOT.
Yes.
It just renamed. We just renamed
Renamed lang, ma'am.
PCVC.
Yes.
Okay.
So in this slide, we have our proposed budget outside of NEP, which was part of our 1.9 request, which included the Arabian Travel Mart. The Arabian Travel Mart is one of the key shows around the world. So actually last year, there were close to more than 46,000 professionals from over 160 countries gathered under one roof. And it's really a year-on-year increase of 15%. And our sales generated last year, taking out the outlier, grew by 300%, Madam Chair. This year, we don't have budget for the Arabian Travel Mart.
Is the Arabian Travel Mart held every year?
Yes, yes.
Where?
In Dubai, Madam Chair.
Mm.
Mhm. If you notice,
We
our-
have
sorry, Madam Chair.
participated in the Travel Mart every year.
Every year. Yes.
But you're zero for 2025.
Yes, Madam Chair.
There must be a reason why.
Dubai is not part of our 13 key markets, is why, under the Tourism Promotions Board. And since our budget was cut, we had to prioritize the shows within our 13 key markets. But this is
List of the 13.
yes, the list of the you want
Where is
ah,
the list of the
the
13?
list is here. Can we go back to the
Just read into the record, please. The 13
Mhm.
that were prioritized, and the Arabian Travel Mart was not included.
Yes. Sorry. Let me get you the list.
How many days is the Arabian Travel Mart?
3 days, Madam Chair.
How much does it cost?
So in 2024, it was 21 million to mount.
What's a breakdown for 21M?
Oh, we can give you the
Is it airfare, hotel?
no,
Is it
but
the
this is
booth?
the rental of the booth, ma'am, and then the booking of the buyers
Okay.
to meet with the sellers.
So the 13, I would imagine, just stand up, would be all the travel marts, whatever you call it, fairs, expositions, markets, etc.
Mhm.
Yes. Can you read into the record, please, the 13 that were approved in the NEP and those that were
Go
not
back to
approved in the
I
NEP,
don't have it
but
here.
equally important?
Hold on, Madam Chair. Yes, but while I am getting the
Have
exact,
a list of
yes, we have a list. So to clarify, Madam Chair, the 13 key markets are our key markets, the markets that have 100,000 arrivals into the Philippines and up for a consecutive 2 years. So these are our key markets. So that's South Korea, Japan.
What I'm asking for are the 13 travel mart
Shows.
fairs,
Ah,
exhibition shows,
oh,
the
okay.
name and
Okay.
in what country, in what city,
Okay, stay here.
and is it a biennial or annual or a triennial?
Mm-mm.
And
Okay.
who selected the 13? Was it DOT or DBM that cut it and only selected the 13? And then my next question is, how does a TPB assess the return on investment, as you said, by 300%? How do we see that on such investment?
Mhm.
And
We have investment. Ano?
the 300% increase,
Okay.
transform it into sales. How do we
Yes.
see it? Tangible tourism arrivals and business opportunities. How do you measure
Okay.
and quantify the investment in promotions in the not access, in the participation in the travel mart? First read please the 13.
Okay. We have quite a number of shows within our 13 key markets, Madam Chair. So I can read through it quickly. So first, for example, is the International Boat Show in Germany. So for example, the
Say that boat.
boat. How do we pronounce it? Boot.
What?
International Boot Dusseldorf.
Please spell boat. Spell.
It's BOOT.
What does BOOT mean?
It's like a boat show.
Yeah,
Boat,
boat.
like a boat show. So it's like
It's a boat show.
it's dive adventure related in Germany. So for example, the investment into that is 9.7 million. Sorry,
That's in your NEP.
this is in my NEP.
Okay.
Yes.
So
So
let's go through it. Boat show in Germany. Where in Germany?
2023. Dusseldorf, yeah.
In Dusseldorf. Okay, next.
Okay, next is this is 2023. Can we go 2020? Hold on, Madam Chair. This was my 2023 list. We will
No,
go.
no, no. What I need is what is in your NEP approved, in your 25 NEP, and what was excluded from the NEP, so that I can help you if it needs to be
Okay, Madam
included.
Chair.
Yes.
So within the NEP of my 2025 will be the Korea Travel Show, KTS. Investment for that is around 5 million. The Busan International Trade Fair, 3.5 million. Dive Fam Trip from Korea,
It's
3
all
million.
Korea. So 1, 2, 3 are all Korea.
Yes, we are mandated to take care of our presence in all our 13 key markets, and then from there we have plans for every market.
Okay.
So this is the breakdown of Korea.
For the 13.
The
the
13.
The 13 fairs. Are these 13 fairs?
No, ma'am.
13
13 key markets, jurisdictions. Yes.
Yes. So the 13
we handle all
jurisdictions would be more than 13 fairs.
Oh yes, definitely yes.
Or read the 13 jurisdictions, please.
The 13 jurisdictions are South Korea, Japan, China, Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, India, United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia.
Taken out, Dubai.
For the show, only Dubai, Madam Chair, because Dubai is not under our 13 key markets. The Arabian Travel Mart. If you notice on the NEP, our spend for that was around 21 million, but the sales leads generated as reported to us was 430 million.
I want to understand that. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Which travel show was this that generated 21 million?
No, the budget to mount the show is 21 million.
Where?
In the Arabian Travel Mart, Madam Chair.
Arabian Travel Mart,
Yeah.
which is not part of your NEP.
Yeah,
So the budget to mount your booth
is
everything
21
else is
million.
21 million.
Yes.
And how much sales lead and how do you quantify that? If it's a lead,
Mm-hmm.
did it lead to
Yes.
the business opportunities
Yes.
and tourism arrivals? How do you measure that?
So the sales leads are reported to us by our private sector partners who fly with us, who do the meetings with the buyers from around the world. So in this show, we had around 15 buyers with us, and the 50 sellers with us, and the sales leads generated as reported to them by them to us was around 430 million pesos. And the investment's only 21 million pesos.
130 million pesos can be quantified through arrivals.
So it's reported to us because those are bookings, confirmations of our private seller from the buyers that they booked for travels into the Philippines.
Okay, you bring the sellers there
Yes.
physically.
Yes.
Do you spend for them
No.
on their own?
On their own, yes. We subsidize
The spend
their
is for the booth, the
yes
setting up.
and the appointments.
What-
So we pay. So for every private sector seller, they have a series of booked appointments.
And let's say you bring 10 sellers.
Yes. Mhm.
And they report to you after how many months? And how do they quantify from everyone they talk to, ito ang nag-book, ergo 400 million. Ganun
Yes.
ba yun?
Ganun ho yun,
So
ganun
you're
ho yun,
able to
Madam
measure
Chair.
it directly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Please give me, based on, maybe you're not able to measure 2024 yet, di pa tapos. On your 2023 travel, whatever you call it, travel mart, fair, show, whatever. Yan, ha? Not the jurisdiction, but the show itself.
Mm-hmm.
How much did you spend for that?
Mm-hmm.
How many did you bring? Sellers.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Tour operators,
travel
resorts,
agency,
travel agency,
resort owners, tour
destination
operators,
management companies.
yeah.
Yes.
Iba, yan. Sinama doon. And what were the reports to you in numbers lang that they generated sales from,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Kasi it's not just people met, people to people meeting, hindi lang ganun, di ba?
Mm-mm.
It's actually sales made.
Yes.
It's actually people who came to the Philippines and booked in hotels and ate in restaurants and rode our buses.
No, to clarify,
And
Madam
and
Chair.
airfare generated, right?
Yes, no. What is reported to us are their meetings and booked and confirmed appointments during the show.
Confirmed appointments just for meetings.
No, sorry, confirmed bookings.
Bookings.
Yes.
Yeah. Which will be realized in pesos and cents, right?
Yes, yes. But we are not able to capture that when it's realized.
You
Because
should be able to-
sometimes when it's confirmed, it can happen in the next few years or, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe part of your monitoring should be seeing it through, because there could be meetings held, pangako, MOA, wala mangyari. So we're not sure if it translates to actually tourist arrivals, airfare booked, paid for, buses rented, hotels stayed in and paid, and tours availed of,
Yes.
right?
Yes, Madam Chair. Moving forward, we can try to study how best we can capture that data. But we do have the report of our arrivals. Yeah, versus
Okay,
our
in your,
spend into the market.
in your limited experience, because you've only been there for 1 year or 2 years, right? 1 year.
Mhm.
Which destination or no, which jurisdiction is most interested in coming to the Philippines for conferences?
Well, to share, Madam Chair, I'm told that the sales leads that we are seeing in the past 2 years are the highest ever that the agency has ever seen. To share, recently we were in Bangkok for a MICE show. It's called IT and CMA. And the sales leads generated for just, I think, 3 or 4 sellers were around 1.7 billion. Booked conventions, conferences. So, and they say it's quite promising. So we constantly have conversations with our private sector partners on how we can do things better. And they're saying that we're seeing very good numbers the past few years.
So I want to understand which of all the jurisdictions you visit and which of the trade fairs in those jurisdictions have generated the most interest for the Philippines. And in the Philippines, which province, region, city, municipality, area has been most
Sought
used,
after.
sought
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
of this?
Yeah.
Off your mind now, which?
Off the top of my head, Madam Chair, the biggest shows in the world are the ITB in Berlin and the World Travel Mart in London.
Okay. And
Uh,
that's in your net.
It's in our net.
Oh, it's
Yes,
important
yes.
you go there.
Yes, very important that we
Okay.
have presence there. Actually, since again our budget was cut, we really had to identify the top shows and why.
Let's say the ITB in Berlin. What generated interest among your destinations that you're selling from the Philippines?
I can get a full report for you there, Madam Chair. But in Europe, mostly, they are into incentive travel, so into experiential tours into the Philippines. So
Explain to me, experiential tours and
sorry,
Experiential.
incentive travel. Yeah, for them to come into the Philippines, let's say to Cebu, Bohol, still diving. We see a lot of diving still. We're trying to really promote our community-based tourism to really bring them into our communities, Madam Chair. To add, actually, as we were talking about the community-based tourism of the DOT, in the Tourism Promotions Board, we have a small budget also to enhance further the PEP of the DOT. For instance, after they do the PEP, we then come in with either designers or brand builders to partner with the different communities to create, I mean, a collection or more focused support.
may
into
I
their-
know what do countries like Indonesia or Thailand or even Vietnam do that we're not able to do due to budgetary constraints?
Well, number one, ma'am, since the mice industry lives within our agency, I think that is a big opportunity for us to put budget into. It's part of our request at the proposed budget outside of our NEP. It's called our Enhanced Mice Plus program. So with this, we give incentives to big groups coming into the Philippines. So for instance, if there is a big group of 200, we then say in government, we will incentivize that group. So we can host a dinner for 200 people with cultural entertainment, which we further enhance. So we would like to be able to support more big groups coming into the Philippines, sana.
And without that budget, which you said is in tier 2, it's not in your NEP, what would you be doing?
Oh, we have 60 million in our NEP right now, but our proposed budget outside of NEP is 50 million. Right now there's 60. So we will be, 16 million for the enhanced Mice Plus program. So to further explain, to maybe host a dinner for a group of maybe 200.
In short, without this budget, okay, 15,
No support.
hindi nyo papakainin.
Yes.
Hindi kayo mag-host. Anong pag-host ninyo?
Walang pang-host, Madam Chair. And we only have to choose 15. Mga 1 million ideally to support to
No,
host a
that's
dinner.
just kind of, as detailed as that, based on your present budget, if you're to host,
We cannot host, Madam Chair. We will only, if naubos na the 15, Madam Chair, then that's it.
No, in 2024, we have the 15.
2025, within the NEP, we have 15.
In the 25 budget, it says here, enhanced mice, you have 15 in the 24.
24, yes, yes.
And in 2025, you have 50
Yes.
in your net.
It-
It says here, 2025 budget.
2025, that's a proposed budget outside of NEP, Madam Chair. That is our proposal, sana, that was not granted.
Your
Enhanced Mice Plus program in your NEP 25.
16 million.
Hindi nakalagay eh.
Oo, hindi natin nalagay dito. Oo.
Husayin nyo ang presentations
Oo,
nyo,
Madam
dear.
Chair, noted.
Yan o. 2024, 15. Dapat nandyan yung NEP. Kasi, what is this 2025? Is this an ask on Tier 2 which is not in the NEP, or is this the NEP?
Sorry, Madam Chair. This is yes. Let's maybe zoom out so we see it's the proposed budget outside of NEP. All.
No, not just this enhanced mice. Okay, proposed budget outside of NEP. The 2024 budget na 15 is not the proposed budget outside of NEP because it's already 20.
So,
yes,
I'm
yes.
sorry, but the
Yeah,
format
noted,
is wrong. It's
noted.
confusing. Sino ba
Okay,
yung gumagawa?
okay.
Kakainis.
Madam Chair, noted. Okay.
Di ba? How can it be a proposed budget outside of NEP when we're already end of 2024 a year? So, is this 15M? Pasensya na, I have to be detailed kasi
No, noted, Madam
because
Chair.
you confuse us eh.
Yes.
Because the 15, is this the present year's GAA? Is this GAA 25? 15?
The 15 is GAA 2024.
Anyway, ganito.
Oo.
Bigyan na lang yung sa akin para gusto ko
Yes,
kayong
Madam
tulungan
Chair.
eh. Eh kung
Yes,
kino-confuse nyo ako, ano ba tong, bakit yung sa DOT budget maayos, itong gumawa ng art card ng TPB, iba?
Noted, Madam Chair.
Sino bang gumawa niyan? So, is the 15, what is this? It's not an ask because it's already the end of 2024. So, it's not a proposed budget outside of NEP. The only proposed budget outside of NEP is a 2025-50, 50,
Yes,
correct?
Madam Chair. Yes, yes.
O yun
noted.
lang dapat.
Oo.
Oo. Kasi
Yeah.
kung hindi ko kayo kinakausap ngayon, hindi tayo magkaharap, di pagbibigay ng staff ko yun, tatanungin ko rin sila. Silang mapapagalitan na magulo yung present matrix nyo. Unless mali intindi ko, ha?
No, correct, Madam Chair. Yes, noted. We will fix this.
You're not asking for 15 outside of NEP because it's already end of 24. So all you're asking is 50, but I need to know what was granted in NEP.
Yes.
So what is the NEP enhanced price? And what is your ask? And what is the breakdown of the NEP budget? And what is the enhanced Mice Plus program Tier 2? Where will it go? And the justification so that I can add.
Madam Chair, we will edit and send right away.
Ito, according to Attorney Deblon, may submission naman kayo sa akin nang hinihingi nyo 1.5. Ito naman 50. So we suspend the TPB budget kasi ayokong magalit. Paborito ko kayo eh. Gusto ko kayo eh. Pero huwag kayong magulo. Paano kayo hihingi kung hindi nyo alam hinihingi nyo? Okay, Attorney Deblon, on record. May letter sila sa akin, hinihingi 15. Naka dito sa matrix 50.
This is the submission. No?
Yes.
Ito yung breakdown for meeting, incentive, travel, convention, and exhibition events. MICE, 75 million will be utilized for the following.
75.
Million to be utilized for the following. Enhanced MICE Plus
Yes,
program.
yes. 75,
15
not
million.
15. 15.
This is the ano, ma'am. Ito ang ano, ang distribution.
So please clarify. Simple lang. Ano kayo tutulungan? Iba yung submission nyo sa amin. Ano ba yung inyong MICE Plus NEP? Ano ang breakdown nun? Ano ba ang hinihingi nyong nasa Tier 2 na hindi binigay ng DBM? Ganong kahalaga yun? Ano ang breakdown nun? Ano ang impact doon pag ibigay sa inyo? Ganong kasimple. Can you answer it now?
Yes, Madam Chair. So our request is 50 million. If I may take, can I take a look at the letter that says otherwise? No, my request daw.
15 million na 2024. 15 million yung nasa COB natin. 2025. Outside yan is additional 50 million. Ito po.
This is the one included in the net. So, ang hinihingi po natin outside of the net.
This is included in the net. Yes.
15 and 15.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I may, so here what they shared with us, so this is included in the NEP, the 15 million. What we, the proposed budget outside of the NEP is the 50 million for Enhanced MICE Plus, Madam Chair.
Teka, dear. 2024 budget, 15.
Oo. 15 also ang 2024,
Pareho.
Madam Chair.
O ganito na lang. Kasi madedelay naman yung ibang hensya, no? Bigay nyo sa akin.
Okay.
Kasi ang liit naman ng budget nyo. Ano yung tier 2 nyo at yung justification. Tutulungan ko kayo. Pero mag-meeting kayo ng staff nyo, matutong gumawa ng accurate art cards or whatever art cards ang tawag dyan, presentation, para hindi tayo confusing. Kasi may 75M na listahan dito sa letter nyo. Ano yung 75 na yon?
May we take a look at the letter, Madam Chair? Patingin.
Huh? Okay, we go to the next. So kindly just submit to be the ASEAN Tourism Forum. Is that in your NEP?
No, it is not, Madam Chair.
How can we not be part of the ASEAN Tourism Forum? But that it's 2026 pa naman eh.
Yes, when we did request, when we requested the tier 2 from the DBM, they said they wanted a document that will just prove that we are to host the ASEAN Tourism Forum. We did not have it at that time, but now we already have it. And we
we're
did
the host of ASEAN in 2026.
ATF, Madam Chair, yes, the ASEAN Tourism Forum. So since
Wait, we are the host.
we are supposed to host, well, Myanmar is supposed to host, but it seems like they have already declined.
We're the host of ASEAN in 2026. So the ASEAN Tourism Forum has nothing to do with the Philippines as host of ASEAN Summit in 2026.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Secretary.
Yes. So, the Philippines, by virtue of
Are hosting the ASEAN Summit in 2026. Does this have a connection? Does this have a connection?
yes, the Philippines will indeed be hosting the ASEAN Summit in 2026 by virtue of Myanmar's non-hosting. But pertaining to the ministerial meetings and the related fora, such as the ASEAN Tourism Forum, it is done by country. And so there needs to be an official communication from the supposed host for 2026, which should have been Myanmar, to the ASEAN Secretariat to state for the record that they are refusing the hosting of the ASEAN Tourism Forum. Now, this particular communication has not yet been officially transmitted to the country, and that is why the proposal to host the same and the concomitant budget for the same has not yet been proposed. Yes.
I have a question. Maybe Secretary and Marga could answer. Do we need the budget in 2025 for the ASEAN 2026 hosting?
Yes, we do, because for several reasons. First, the tradition is that the country that will host the year subsequent to 2025 hosts a national tourism organization meeting in the 2025 ASEAN, which will require budget.
What is the
Second,
2025 ASEAN?
in Malaysia.
We
Yes.
have to host because turnover to us for 26, and we're the host ASEAN Summit 26.
That is correct. And it also supports our attendance promotion for the subsequent year. Now, for the subsequent year, the ASEAN Tourism Forum and ministerial meetings is normally in the first quarter, which would then require procurement
Yes.
measures
and usually
prior.
first quarter we're not able to use the budget. No, nothing, no download. Yes. That's why these are the things nga I have to understand, because if I see just a matrix like that, I don't understand. So kindly give me the accurate figures and how important the ASEAN Tourism Forum. So is it's not in your NEP? No, it's here. It's 200 million an ask. It's not in the NEP, right? It's zero in the NEP because it was not justified. So whatever DBM is asking that was not able to be provided at the time, you can provide to me and I can adjust it. But you have to give me not a lump sum, but what you intend to do with the funds in preparation for the ASEAN Summit, which will lead to the ASEAN Tourism Forum in 26, right?
Madam Chair, just to state for the record, pertaining to the ASEAN Tourism Forum and ministerial meetings,
It will be
notwithstanding,
held in the Philippines, along with your summit.
we are very hopeful that it will be held in the Philippines once there is an official communication
But we're the
from
host of the
Myanmar.
ASEAN Summit.
Yes,
in
the
Philippines.
explanation at the time when I attended the ASEAN Tourism Forum in Lao, PDR, is that the designation for the ministerial meeting specific to tourism is not automatic and is not attached to the country hosting.
So the country hosting of the ASEAN Summit is not necessarily the host of the ASEAN Tourism Forum.
Correct. And
in
so
this year, it was in
Lao
Laos,
PDR.
where you just came from, right?
Correct, in
In
the
Laos.
beginning of this year.
Passed by Luang Prabang while you were there.
Yes, but I had a conflict in schedule, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyway, para akong promoter ng Laos. Just love their culture. Anyway, so this year it's Malaysia and it should be Myanmar, but there should be a communication.
Yes,
Can't take
and
it away from
having been charged with the knowledge that the ministerial meeting for tourism and the ASEAN Tourism Forum is not attached to the country hosting, we then sent an official
We're
communication.
still waiting for that.
Yeah, the Philippines sent an official
And we're still
communication,
waiting for the confirmation.
correct, to
So-
express our interest to host.
So I don't think until such time that we have it, DBM is correct. We cannot put the budget.
Well, yes, that's correct. Though I believe that the likelihood of
It has to be a confirmed letter,
correct,
a
yes.
confirmed communication that we are hosting the ASEAN
Yes.
Tourism Forum.
That's correct.
So DBM is correct, right? DBM Director? Kundi wala tayong prueba na tayo ang host, we cannot put a line item from ASEAN Tourism Forum. Myanmar is a host. And we'll put there in the event that they yield to us. Hindi pwede, no?
Given the limited fiscal space, you would want
Yes,
to
to
direct
utilize all,
our
to be
funds
certain.
towards,
You still have time until the submission of our October 20. So I'd like to support, but you need. Okay, thank you. Please proceed. Okay na, ang TPB.
Yes, we're okay na, Madam Chair.
Nyo.
Yes, okay na. So we did write you. This is for the budget which is within the NEP. Sorry, the art card is the one with the problem. So we just put the 2024 budget just for comparison on how important it is to for us. So we will edit the art card, Madam Chair. Okay na. Thank you.
Thank you. Marami
Thank you.
pa pala. Oh my God. TIZA. Hi. Ang post office. Mahaba nga eh. Baka ibang hearing yung post office. Ang mahaba yun eh. Yung post office kasi kailangan nandyan ng It would be TIZA, wala si NCCA eh. Si Ino, diba? Oo. Ibang meeting si post office, na masyado mahaba yun. Sige. We go to TIZA. Congratulations, Dr. Mark. Diba? You finished your PhD, right? Very good.
DBA po, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
DBA. Business ad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This doctorate.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning.
Magkano ang budget ng TIZA?
For the year, our projected budget for 2024 is 2025, sorry, ma'am, is 3 billion 794.
Are there properties of government owned by the DOT and or TIZA? Yes, we do, right?
Yes, we do po.
Let's say the building, the hotel, tagal na, in Banawe, no?
Yes po. The hotel. It's under TIZA po,
Okay,
ma'am.
before you proceed with this, please, do you have a list of all the, what is it? What is it called? DOT owned properties, TIZA owned properties.
TIZA owned properties po. They are our assets, ma'am. Ang tawag
Yes,
po
your
nun.
assets. So, do you have a list of your assets?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please put on that page first?
Okay.
Do you have a art card for that?
Yes, ma'am. It's
Okay,
here in our
please.
presentation po.
Yun na muna. And the TIZA assets are just there. That's valuable. That's land. That's
Yes.
buildings which are not maintained. I hope you have a budget for maintenance, right?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, these are all operating assets that we have, and
Okay,
they're
isa
all
lang.
open
Sige. Saan
for
yung Balakad?
Balakad is in Ilocos Norte,
Oh.
across the Paway Golf Course, Madam
Data
Chair.
is in
Mount Data is in Mountain Province, Madam
Mountain
Chair.
Province.
Yes, we recently acquired
Is
this.
Pontoc.
Yes, ma'am.
Balikasag is in Bohol.
In Bohol po,
Zamboanga Golf is in the city.
Zamboanga City. And then the Aquilino Pimentel International Convention Center in Cagayan de Oro, Madam
I
Chair.
like that. Okay.
Yes.
Walbual.
Small Ball is in Cebu.
Okay.
Then Boracay, our water system.
You have a Boracay.
BIWC, the water system, Madam Chair.
What's a water system?
We supply the water and sewage treatment.
Okay. Not a hotel. Okay.
Not a hotel. It's a
System.
facility po. Treatment facility.
It's Kang Irag.
Kang Irag is in Cebu. We have a golf course there, Madam Chair. That recently we won the case in Supreme Court.
Okay. Ito lang? Wala na?
Yes, these are the prime for PPP. The other ones, property that we have is under litigation pa ho, under the court.
You have in Ifugao. Ba't wala dyan?
The one in Banawe, Rice Terraces. Yes, Madam
Wala
Chair.
dito.
This is for private partnership po, yung art card namin.
There's assets.
Yes,
That's much more than this.
yes, iba pa ho yung,
Ilan?
iba pa ho yung, we have a total of 60 assets,
Ang
Madam
dami.
Chair.
O sige, ganito lang. Please give me all the TIZA assets at iba-iba. Yung mga, but all are operating. So maybe give me, not now, the list of all your assets where you own the land and the property and what is up for public-private partnership and what has already private partner and what is the agreement.
Yes, Madam Chair. We will po.
Can you just show me the slides of the others? So I saw this. Can I just,
Yes.
mabilis lang, slides nung ibang
This
assets.
one, like the Iloilo Convention Center, we have a private partner. And then the Manila Ocean Park.
The Convention Center is on LGU land
Yes, Madam Chair.
and then built by DPWH.
Yes, and then it was turned over to TIZA.
Not funded by TIZA,
No,
turned over to TIZA for what? Management?
for management and operation, Madam.
And then nagmowa kayo with a private sector partner.
Yes, Madam.
So, do you maintain it? You have MOE every year or yung private
No,
sector?
private sector na po ang bahala doon.
Ah.
So nagre-remit po yung private sector sa amin.
Magkano?
They're renting.
What percentage?
I think around percentage. 40.
So LGU land, infrastructure funded through DPWH, which did not go to LGU City, turned over to TIZA, and TIZA, thus a MOA,
Yes.
leases it out for a rental fee or a percentage of the rent. of private
Percentage po, Madam Chair.
What percentage?
We get at least 5% of the gross.
Mm,
sales.
okay.
So total of
Is this the same for a total of
800,000 a month.
a month?
Yes.
And all the others, it's the same or iba-ibang
Iba-iba po ang sitwasyon, Madam Chair. Depende po sa area.
park? Bro?
Let's say ang Boracay Island Water, Madam Chair, ka-partner po namin siya.
So the
DIWC.
TIZA assets are not necessarily TIZA funded projects.
Yes.
It could be LGU funded or ibang agency like DPWH funded but turned over
To CHESA.
TIZA because TIZA has the
Mandate.
corporate
to operate.
corporate entity that has the mandate to enter into private sector
Yes.
partnership because government cannot.
Like example also, Madam Chair, the recently that was turned over to us is the Aquilino Pimentel Convention Center.
Oh, is it LGU land?
It's an LGU land that was given to us during the time of former Senator Aquilino. So it was given to PTA then. So then DPWH constructed the convention center.
Kayo na si PTA, di ba? Si TIZA na.
Yes po, kami na po yan. By virtue of 95-93, ma'am,
Coming
nag-merge.
209 law.
Yes,
Yes.
the 2029 tourism law.
Meron pa kayong property sa La Union, di ba?
Yes, ma'am, meron pa ho kami. Yung mga ibang mga bagong lipunan lodge, meron po. Yung sa may ano rin, ma'am. Wala lang po dito sa mga art card namin dahil they're not operational, ma'am. They're vacant land as of now.
So kindly give me a list
Yes.
of all your assets and if you built it or if you yung detalye.
Open for PPP po. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank
We
you.
will
Okay,
submit it.
proceed please. Then I think, is there any asset in Region 6 aside from the Iloilo Convention Center?
Region 6.
I know that TIZA staff officers visited Nogas Island in Aninii and
Yes, ma'am.
Sino ba talaga may-ari nun? Kasi sayang ang ganda-ganda at saka malapit lang sa Iloilo. Sino ba may-ari nun? LGU, PCG, under DOTR.
I think
Kaya hindi ma-develop kasi hindi. Sino ba may-ari? May kaso ba yun?
kung island, ma'am, based on our experience.
Nogas Island may lighthouse.
Yes. Pag lighthouse, ma'am, usually ang experience po namin and knowledge namin, it's under the Coast Guard. Like the one in Balikasag. Like the one in Balikasag po.
Basic information on what happened to the visit. Do we have an appropriate-
Yes, ma'am. They're already deliberating the going for the detailed engineering program po. They already inspect
Kung ang may-ari ng
ng island, ma'am.
hindi yung island. Oh yeah. Sino may-ari ng island? LGU Aninii.
Yeah.
Pero meron doon
Lighthouse,
lighthouse,
which is under the Coast Guard po.
Coast Guard
usually.
under the OTR. Tapos sabi mo marker ng NHEP. So parang ang pagkaintindi ko, nag-aaway mga ahensya ng gobyerno kung kanino
Yes.
yun.
Opo.
Kaya hindi tuloy ma-develop. Di pwedeng away ng away.
Yes.
We have to ascertain the ownership and then we provide. But can TIZA have the capability to fix it, enhance?
Yes.
Kaya
We can po, ma'am.
tayo.
Yes, we can. We have the same situation in Balikasag, ma'am. The ownership also is being argued by the Coast Guard and the Navy. So yun po yung sitwasyon din namin doon. But we only have on the island, the property that's being taken care of CHESA is only 1.5 hectares. Pero we're taking care of the whole island. But the ownership is not under CHESA.
Oh, sige. Just give me please all your assets.
Yes.
Visit sana ni, I saw a preliminary report and the detailed engineering if
Yes, ma'am.
we are to assist them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We will po.
Sige, thank you. Proceed please.
Yes. You want me, ma'am, to continue with all or proceed with the uses of funds na kami? But-
Sige. Can you start with your presentation? Wag mo na bisihin lahat. Parang tingnan ko lang.
Okay, sige, ma'am.
Tingnan ko lang, ha?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Start with the first page. Can we go on the first page? Yes, thank you. Ma'am, we're TIZA, Tourism
Sige,
Infrastructure.
na lang yan, Dr. Mark. Isang pahina, titingnan ko isa-isa. Sabihin ko lang, well, don't waste your voice. Sige, titingnan ko lang lahat.
Yes.
Sandali, Okay.
Next slide.
Wait. The
Yeah.
tourism rest area.
Yes, this is the rest area, ma'am.
That's a project of the DOT
Yes.
under TIZA.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And I see all the completed rest areas. How many? And the others are still under construction.
Yes, ma'am. We have we started it, the secretary started the program in 2020.
Kasi yan ang kailangan. Kailangan malinis na banyo at pahingahan na meron pasalubong center, meron coffee shop. Oh,
Yes.
kasi mga lokal na pagkain.
Yes.
Sana bang pinakamalapit na rest area, hindi pa litrato ng kita ko, mapuntahan ko para maka-idea ko. Kasi yung sa amin, hindi pa na itatayo. Ba't kaya ang bagal?
Ma'am, usually lack of requirements coming from the LGU, yung land of ownership.
Kayo na mag-follow up yung sa sarili.
Yes, we do, ma'am. Pina-follow up po namin.
Yeah, thank you for the generosity of TIZA, DOT, secretary mismo nag-text sa akin, tapos
Yes.
nag-ocular sa Pandan, walang lupa, San Remilio, nandun, tapos nakita ko yung mayor, matatapos na yung term ng mayor, wala pa rin. So, kung mabagal sila, makikulit.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Kinukulit din po namin.
breaking.
Kasi ma'am, usually po, these are already board approved. So, hindi po pwedeng kinukulit din namin kasi sila talaga dahil para ma-implement po namin yung mga projects.
Tourist rest area I can visit.
Pinakamalapit. Here in Metro Manila, ma'am.
Yes.
Alam mo pinakamalapit?
Sa ano? Intramuros? Wala?
Wala po kami, ma'am. Well,
Di ba dapat sa Intramuros para may
Yes.
malinis na banyo?
yes, wala pa ho kami here in Manila, ma'am. Kasi countryside muna po yung inuna
Countryside,
namin.
okay.
Yes.
Lapit sa countryside, sa Batangas.
Yeah. We have in Batangas na ginagawa po ngayon, ma'am.
Saan?
Sa may Lobo area. That's one. Lobo, tama? Yeah, Lobo. And what's the other one?
San Jose.
Yeah, we have in San Jose del Monte daw, ma'am. Bulacan.
Tinanong Attorney Doblon, lagot kayo.
Yes.
Bakit wala daw sa Maharlika Highway pag uwi niya ng Bicol?
We do
Wala
have.
siyang mapuntahang banyong malinis.
Meron pong proposal for,
Senior citizen.
may proposal po, ma'am.
Your ask. Bilang 40 years na at nagretiro na sa Senado, pagbibigyan mo ba si Attorney Doblon?
Yes, we will po.
Saan? Ilang oras?
Yes.
10 hours. Ayan 10
Yeah.
hours biyahe ng senior citizen na umuuwi by land.
Mhm.
Wala raw mapuntahang banyong malinis.
I think, ma'am, that's the objective of the secretary is to really put up this TRAs para magkaroon po ng rest area sa mga national highways natin.
Ano
But-
pwede ko mapuntahan? Pinakamalapit.
The one in San Jose del Monte, ma'am, that's the nearest. Yun na po yung pinakamalapit. The other one is in Lobo and then
Magkano
pagod-
isang rest area?
10 million po, Madam Chair.
Pala eh.
Yes, ma'am.
Mag-amenda kong marami.
Yes, ma'am. Sige po. Thank you. Yes.
Alam mo, Metro Manila, ang daming turista. Kailangan
Yes.
tayo.
Yes.
Tapos mag-aamenda ko, papuntang Nasugbo. Ano mo,
Yes.
stop pa ako sa mga Petron stations eh.
Pare-parehas po tayo, ma'am.
Jollibee,
Yes, ma'am.
Macdo, ayan.
Yes, ma'am. Mang inasal, ma'am.
Okay, so maglalagay ako sa Nasugbo.
Yes, ma'am.
Siguro maglugay ako sa Lemery or Taal sa kabila. Lemery. Taga Lemery ka ba? At alam mo, exactly, either Kalaka or Lemery, pag ganon, ay mga gala-gala, alam natin, kabila, Nasugbo, o sa gitna, sa may tuwi,
Yes, ma'am.
o tatlo, hindi, marami pa, tas punta, marami akong gagawin sa inyo.
Okay.
Tingin, pero dalhin niyo ako sa pinakamalapit, sa kumakita.
Wala pa po talaga.
Laguna, wala kayo?
Sa Laguna, which one is sa Laguna? Wala pa tayong Laguna.
Ilan na ba ang natayo nyo?
Ma'am, wala, nasa 32 pa lang po
32.
kami ongoing.
Pinakamalapit.
Yun po, San Jose del Monte pa lang, ma'am. Nag-start po kasi kami, ma'am, sa labas, going
Okay.
yung farther, like Batanes, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi. So ito po yung mga nabigyan na ng Bukidnon.
Wala kayo.
Wala pa ho kami sa Marawi, ma'am.
Mena.
Wala pa ho.
Tinatanong
Sa Sulu, ma'am, meron na po at saka sa Tawi-Tawi. And then sa Bangka,
City. Bakit
yes.
si Sec Mina Pangandaman, taga Marawi, walang linagay?
Wala pa.
Oh. Ba, ikaw in charge ng budget. Maglagay sa Marawi.
Yes,
Diba?
ma'am.
Oh, pauwi ng Albay, 10 oras, maglagay.
Yes.
Determine nyo saan.
I think,
Ako, mag-aamenda ko sa dulo. Ang daming turista doon, Nasugbo.
yes.
Tapos sa kabila, mamili kayo sa Kalaka or Lemery. Pag, oh,
Actually, yung pong target ni Secretary,
meron na.
yes, ma'am.
Ilang square meters ang lupa?
Depende po sa availability but maximum of 500 square meter, minimum of 200 square meter because kasama po yung parking, ma'am, kasi kailangan po pati yung mga bus kasama dun sa parking dahil yung mga tumatravel. Dahil ang objective po ni Secretary from the stretch of the Marcos Highway going to the Maharlika Highway, yung straight Luzon travel area, kailangan marami po kaming mailagay because this is the...
You turn this over to the LGU or you keep it under TIZA?
No.
Mamaya,
We-
maintenance, no?
We turn it over to the LGU as a program of our secretary. We have a MOA with the LGU together with DOT and the regional directors are the one who's monitoring for the maintenance of these TRAs, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And I think they're being rewarded depende po kung papaano nila ma-maintain.
May-maintain ba nila?
Yes.
Kasi minsan, at saka dapat lahat may tubig. Alam mo, sakit talaga natin, magtatayo,
Yes.
tapos walang flash kasi daw walang tubig. Eh, ba't magtatayo na walang water connection?
Meron po yan, ma'am, including solar lights po para medyo tipid sa kuryente po.
Roof?
Roof po. Sa roof po, ma'am.
I see. Okay. Sige. Okay, let's proceed, please.
And we received an award for this, ma'am, in Singapore. Just to inform you, the secretary received the award. It's also in our presentation. Yeah.
Ka-humble naman ni Dr. Mark. Sige,
Diba?
proceed. Okay.
Thank you po. This is our project in San Juanico Bridge Lighting Project, Madam Chair, in Samar, na inilawan po ni Presidente. And then next slide, please. And then this is the amount that before it was turned over to us by the LGU, ma'am. So, and then we rehab po, and this is the new look of the Mount Data right now. And we also have some inquiries already for PPP for this one. With PPP Center, ma'am, kasama na po na. Yes, ma'am. This one in Mountain Province po. And then the Banao, next slide please. This is the Ranger station in Tubataha na tinurn over po namin yung budget dun sa Tubataha Foundation who's helping us to build this one kasi...
Text sa akin, maglagay sa iba-ibang lugar, oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Ito sa Laguna.
Sige, ma'am. Dagdagan niyo po yung...
Sasabihin ko yung hirit mo dito, mag-amend ka, media, oh.
Um,
Maglagay naman daw sa Laguna, maglagay sa kanya.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa rest, ng rest area. Anyway, proceed. So you also,
Next slide, please.
you redid, you renovated the Ranger Station.
Yes, ma'am. We funded that po. Yan.
Why does it have, it's a protected area? Why did DNR do it? Why did it have to be TIZA?
They're requesting some financial assistance to us, ma'am, kasi hindi po raw ata kaya ng budget. And then, kasi ma'am, medyo mahirap pong gawin to dahil 5 days leave aboard po ito before you can reach the area. So, nakikiusap lang po kami sa ibang military dati to help us ferry papunta dyan para magawa. So, I don't know with DNR po, ma'am. I cannot, I'm not sure about it. Next slide, please. So these are the rehabilitation effort that we did in Banawe Rice Terraces,
Okay
ma'am.
na yan, proceed.
So ito po,
Yes.
next.
Thank you.
And then this is the rehabilitation of the Banawe
Can you
Hotel.
call it the Banawi? Yeah.
This is the old look, current look, and then we will transform it by next year sa ganitong look na po siya, ma'am.
But you always take into consideration the aesthetics and
Yes, ma'am.
the heritage.
Yes, kasama po.
Yeah, yeah. We
Yes.
don't make it contemporary or modern
No.
without taking into consideration the culture.
Yes, we consider that, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Next slide, please.
Photos na lang kasi we're
Apa.
running out of
So
time.
this is our IPA, ma'am. Ito po yung mga investment na na-create ng CHESA under as an IPA sa TIZA po namin. 187 billion committed investment, 144,190 committed jobs generated. And then we have 13 master plan
Committed investments
Like-
from whom?
from the hotels that were being built, ganito po, theme parks. So those are the example, ma'am. Na,
Okay, you also have tourism master plans.
Yes, for LGUs and some TEC areas.
Are these the plaza projects? No, different.
No, ma'am. Comprehensive master plan po. Let's say, yes, for LGU, ma'am. Tinutulungan po namin sila. Let's say, ma'am, for Antique, we can create a master plan for Antique for tourism. So, kung saan po malulocate.
When you say you do a master plan for a province,
Yes, ma'am.
it's not just infrastructure,
No.
rest areas, do this,
No.
but
We address the power, the water, the solid waste management, where to
have you
look.
done this for any province?
Yes po, we did
Which
po.
is the best province you've done a master plan for?
I think San Vicente, ma'am, in Palawan. We did
Oh,
it.
the town.
That's our model.
Can I see the master plan of San Vicente?
Yes,
one?
ma'am. We will
Did
give you a copy
you
po.
contract TIZA to do it?
Yes po. We declared it as the whole LGU as a tourism enterprise zone.
So the LGU asked TIZA to do a master plan, of course, in consultation. with
Yes,
locals.
opo.
And you declared it a,
Tourism enterprise zone.
after TIZA assessed it, you don't necessarily have to fund it.
No, kasama po yung funding namin kapag na-declare ka ng tourism enterprise zone, ma'am.
How much funding you put into
It depends on the need that will be determined by the master plan, ma'am. Let's say for San Vicente, ma'am, we were tasked kung wala pa hong kumukuha ng private sector to create water, electricity, even for sewerage facility.
Yes.
We can come in and implement it depende na lang po sa
Do
budget
you have
talaga
the
namin.
capability for that?
With the,
Please give me the San Vicente master plan.
yes.
And that can be done, let's say, for Pandan Antique.
Yes,
Example
ma'am.
lang, because the Bugang River was once declared as the cleanest river, but because of growing population,
Yes, ma'am.
now yung napupunta na doon ang
Yes.
sewage na untreated, so dapat
Apo.
ng water treatment, hindi ba? Tapos nandun yung Malumpati Falls at
Mm-mm.
nandun naman yung Northwest Panay Peninsula, and it's 45 minutes away from the Katiklan
Yes,
Airport
ma'am.
in Aklan. So pwede yun.
Pwede po yun.
You can do a town like San Vicente.
Yes.
You can do a whole province as
We
well.
can do also regional, ma'am.
But you outsource that. Of course, it's not
Yes, no, we outsource it po.
with architects, designers, environmentalists,
Master planner,
master
yes, ma'am.
planners. Yes.
We can give you a
Kindly give me
copy.
just a sample
Yes.
LGU tourism master plan, and you may or may not fund it, right? Or
Yes,
you
ma'am.
necessarily fund it.
Yes. Depende po, ma'am. Others, the LGU, meron pong mga private sector na gustong pumasok. So, ang guide po nila is yung master plan.
Is just the master plan.
18 to 20 million daw po,
Ano
ma'am.
naman,
Yes, depende po sa scope, ma'am, ng sa laki.
walang implementation dyan, plano lang yan.
Yes, ma'am. It's all
So,
plan.
maliit na
It's a detailed plan talaga, ma'am.
I want to see the,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. The registered tourism enterprises, what does it mean?
Ito po yung ma'am area na may mga hotel po. Yung tourism enterprise, dalawang klase po yan. Isang flagship TEC and then we have the RTEs. Ang flagship TEC, it's a big area kung saan hawak po siya ng TIZA na nag-i-invite po kami ng mga locator, iba-ibang locator inside the TEC.
How do you how does an LGU become a tourism enterprise registered zone?
They apply to us, ma'am.
Give me an example, please, of an LGU that's a registered tourism,
The San Vicente, ma'am.
aside from San Vicente.
Which one pa ba? Yun pa lang. Yun pa lang po, ma'am.
Bago pa lang kayo.
Yes, bago pa lang po kami. Kasi ma'am, in 2019 pa lang po na-amend yung batas na nabigyan kami na renew yung Sunset Provision. Dahil dati po wala kaming incentives.
What's the difference of a registered tourism enterprise zone and a designated tourism?
Registered Tourism Enterprise po,
Yeah.
RTEs, and na TEZ.
the designated tourism enterprise zone and registered tourism enterprise, anong diferensya ng dalawang yan?
Yung RTE, ma'am, ito po yung mga locators. Ito yung, let's say, hotel. Let's say, ma'am, yung...
Locators in the zones.
Yes, ma'am.
There's only one designated tourism enterprise zone of your new project, and that's San
Yes.
Vicente.
San
And
Vicente.
the tourism enterprises are the locators
Yes.
in San Vicente.
In San Vicente or even outside, ma'am. Yung registered
But you
tourism
need to be
enterprise.
declared or designated as a tourism enterprise zone?
No, ma'am. Yung RTEs, hindi po. Let's say, ma'am, clear ko lang po para hindi po kayo malito. Let's say, ma'am, yung Enchanted Kingdom is a registered RTE sa amin. So, nag-apply po siya under dun sa charter namin for RTE. So, nakakakuha po siya ng incentives for that alone, for that business. Philippine Arena is also under us.
So, an enterprise,
Yeah.
whether a theme park
Yes.
or arena
Hotel.
with infrastructure or a hotel or a resort
Yes.
can register as a tourism enterprise.
Yes po, ma'am.
And when they do and you accept them, what do they benefit from?
They benefit from income tax, holiday, importation tax. They can grant visas.
Then sa PEZA.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I see.
But
this is-
tourism aspect po kami.
Correct, correct.
Yes.
Okay. How many, give me the list of all registered tourism
Yes.
enterprises.
We will.
Marami na, konti pa lang
Marami na
nag-avail.
po, ma'am.
At nakikinabang na sila?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
baka mabagal ang bureaucrasya ng
Hindi
gobyerno?
po. Marami na po nakinabang.
So these are tourism enterprises, whether resort, hotel, building, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
Yung designated tourism enterprise zones,
Yes.
what are those?
That's different, ma'am. Like the one in Rizal, it's a flagship TEZ. Corregidor Island is a declared flagship TEZ.
So hindi lang mga isang building,
Hindi po.
isang
It's
hotel,
a
yung zone,
malaki. Malaking land po siya.
like
Minsan
San
town.
Vicente, you
Yes.
said is a designated tourism enterprise
Yes po,
zone.
ma'am. Po.
LGU San
LGU
Vicente.
po.
Ito yung parte to ng Tourism Act.
Yes, ma'am. Part of the 2009, 95-93.
Yeah,
And then
2009.
in the zone, ma'am, you can invite investors to come
Correct,
in
correct.
to
I
look.
remember debating, now I remember naalala ko na, panahon nila Senator Gordon,
Yes,
namin nun. Yes, co-author of this law.
Including Senator Lapid po kasama
Of
yung
course, of
Yes,
course, yeah.
ma'am.
Ang galing na anak pala, Senator Lito Lapid, of
Yes, ma'am.
course. Nakakatutong batang to. Sige, sige.
Yes, ma'am. We'll submit po the list.
Please submit. I want to, so isa lang yung designated tourism enterprise zone, San Vicente, pero marami ng tourism
Yes,
enterprise.
Marami pong enterprise, ma'am. Rizal Park, yung west side. Marami po yan. 5 po sila, ma'am. We'll submit it to you. But the
Sige.
concrete example for LGU is San Vicente po.
Okay.
In Palawan.
Sige. Alam mo, i-roll out natin yung impormasyon na ito.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi ang ganda para lahat ng 1,600 cities and municipalities mag-aspire.
Yes.
Hindi man lahat kaya mag-register. Pero ano ba ang benepisyo na maging tourism enterprise zone? So papangalagaan mo ang kapaligiran mo. Hindi ka mukhang nakatambak dyan ng basura. Ang tao magiging mas mababait.
Yes, ma'am.
Walang krimen para pumuntang tao, magkakatrabaho, di ba? May community-based project sa ilalim ng product development, magkakaroon ng skills training para makatrabaho ang tayo. TESDA yan or sa iba-ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Di ba? Ang dami. So pinagkabit-kabit ko na yung pinag-uusapan natin ng ilang oras, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, sa product development, ganyan. Tapos may tourism rest area tayo dyan, mag-training, may trabaho ang tao. O ganon. Okay. So, gawa tayo ng press release. Gusto ko sila tulungan na capacity building awareness ng mga lokal na pamahalaan, pati sa tourism officers, ng kanilang magiging benepisyo pag sila ay mag-aspire at sumubok maging designated tourism enterprise zones. Pangalawa, ang mga resort, restaurant, hotel, malaki o maliit, na mag-aspire, magrehistro kung if they meet the standards, right? So they will aspire to live up to the standards, hopefully of excellence, so that they can be registered tourism enterprises. Anong benepisyo nila? Kasi 2009, 15 years na yung aming batas ni Senator Lito Lapid. Ni
Yes, ma'am.
former Senator Richard Gordon
Richard
at ang
Gordon po.
inyong lingkod.
Yes po.
Pero parang hindi pa na-maximize. Hindi alam yan. Oo.
Nagkaroon po kasi ma'am talaga ng problema doon sa IRR, revenue regulation ng BIR. Hindi po kami binigyan nung time na yun.
Solved na.
So nung 2019 pa lang po talaga na
See?
ulit.
10 years bago talaga
Yes po.
implement yung law. Okay, okay. Sige. Okay, next.
Next slide po, please.
And 1 minute.
So ito po yung mga ibang
Okay, next.
Yes, ma'am. Kamukha po nung nabanggit nyo
Sige,
kanina.
okay
This,
na. Marami na.
yes, this is the,
Next art card.
yan po.
Okay.
Yan.
Ah,
So,
ito.
hyperbaric chamber po.
Ano?
So we're providing hyperbaric chamber since the program of our Secretary for Dive Tourism, Madam Chair. We have 5 existing already in Mabini, but
Hyperbaric for diving.
for diving po. So, but that the first model that we implemented in 2013, that's in Mabini, Batangas, Mandaue, in Cebu, Puerto Princesa.
Ang kailangan for diving?
Yes, ma'am, kasi ito po yung pag nagkaroon ng
Nagay sa resort o sa LGU?
sa hospital po, ma'am, sa LGU. Yes.
So,
Kailangan malapit po siya sa hospital kasi guided po siya ng doktor, ma'am.
yeah.
Ito po yung biglang mga nagsushoot up pag nagda-dive kayo, ma'am. So nagkakaroon sila ng bench.
A hyperbaric chamber system is a necessary
Yes.
um,
Facility, ma'am.
facility for all dive destinations.
Yes, ma'am.
Paano yung mga ang daming dive destinations wala sa listahan nyo?
Inuunti-unti po namin. Ito po yung maraming market na, ma'am.
Magkano isa?
Mga 60 million po ang isa.
60.
Yes, ma'am.
Wala ang Boracay?
Meron po, ma'am, on the second phase on the 2023. Naglagay po kami sa Boracay, sa Puerto Galera, sa Darwin Negros, in Camiguin Island and then Bantayan, Cebu.
Who implements it? Who uses it?
Iba-iba po, mga divers, ma'am. Ito pong second phase namin, ma'am.
RHU sa rural
Yes,
health unit
apa.
ng municipality,
Municipality,
the polyclinic or the district hospital.
district hospital. Depende po sa availability kung ano pong clinic na meron, ma'am.
Should be a government or DOH retained
Yes,
hospital
ma'am.
or
Hospital.
an LGU medical
ma'am.
facility. It
Opo.
can't be a
Hindi po
private.
pwedeng private.
Oo.
Makukuha po kami.
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
Nandito po
Okay,
sila sa
okay.
kabila. Nandito po sila. Hindi raw po pwede, sabi nila.
60.
60 po ang isa. Kasi yung bago pong inano namin, ma'am, based sa computation po namin, yung dati po 3 plus 1, yung first 5, yung ginawa po namin, pinurchase namin ngayon is 6 plus 1, plus kasama na po yung wellness. Yung first 5 na pinurchase namin, it's purely for diving activities lang. But for the second part, pwede na po yung wellness na i-consider.
When you have the hyperbaric chamber system in a hospital, in a near coastal area, you can already have diving there.
Yes,
No matter how rural or how small, ito lang ang kailangan.
yes, ma'am. Kailangan po yan.
Okay, but there are many dive resorts without this.
Without that.
So paano sila?
Let's say, ma'am, in Mabini, Batangas, which is Anilao, yun po yung pinakasikat na dive area. Kaya naglagay kami dun sa may munisipyo nila.
Siargao, bakit wala?
Wala pa ho yung Siargao, ma'am. Wala pa hong diving doon. Surfing po siya.
Doon.
Surfing area po yun. So, the one in, let's say, in Puerto Galera, ma'am, yan po, diving area po yan. And then the one in Apo Reef in Negros Oriental.
Okay,
And
Region 6, that's in Boracay, in the island.
yes po, in
So,
the island.
Sayang naman ang buong Panay, kung sa Boracay lang ang meron, wala, let's say, sa isang ospital sa Aklan, sa Malay, kung saan ang Katiklan Airport, or let's say, sa North Antique, na ang gaganda rin, pwede rin magka-potential for diving. In fact, we have dive resorts, pero wala kaming hyperbaric chamber system.
Yes, ma'am.
So, dapat meron sa mainland. Kasi,
Well,
ito yung mainland, alam mo naman yon, nandito ang isla, nandun lang.
yes, ma'am.
It's in a hospital in Boracay. Wala bang hospital sa Boracay?
Pero Meron po, ma'am. Meron pong DOH Regional Hospital na nandun sa
Sa
island po. Yes, ma'am.
pa doon?
Yes po. Sa may Tirol, Tirol ba? Anong pangalan? Tirol Regional Hospital. Siriaco, Tirol po.
Dapat dahil yan, no? Aklan, Capiz,
Yes.
Iloilo,
Pa.
Antique, Guimaras, andun pa, pero malayo na yun. So, kung meron kang ospital sa pagitan ng Aklan, Kalibo, papuntang Ibaha, papuntang North Antique, magkakaroon ng tourism. Pag landing mo sa Katiklang Airport, ay hindi ka kailangan lahat magpunta sa Boracay, pwede rin sa mainland na coastal siya, na may maliit na resorts at nagkaroon na ng mga dive fests, tawag yung ginawa ni Region 6, dive promotions, pero walang hyperbaric kung maglagay ka sa ospital. So pwedeng mag-ocular kayo, hindi ako magdikta kung anong ospital ang pwedeng nating paglagyan yan. I'll amend the budget, or if you have nasa ano ba yan? 2025 NEP?
Ma'am, wala po kaming hinihingi sa GAA. Wala po kaming request na budget, ma'am. Kaya kung mag-a-add po kayo, very much welcome
Hindi.
po. Maraming salamat.
Teka. Wala kayong hinihingi sa GAA kasi
Wala po.
GFCC kayo,
Yes po.
diba? Pero meron kayong organic funds nyo from your...
Yes po. From travel tax, ma'am.
Yes. So tignan natin. So meron kayong nakalaan for next year for hyperbaric o wala?
Wala pa ho, ma'am. We're still implementing this, ma'am, right now. So, nag-groundbreaking po kami kasi, ma'am, the reason why ito po yung mga chosen area, these are the high traffic dive destination po. Let's say na wala pa hong hyperbaric. And we are being awarded as a dive destination in Asia, and then we don't have the facility.
Magaling si Mark Lapid, ha?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Yeah, tama ka. So, bigyan mo ako ng, please give me a list of all, ayan, this is Secretary Frasco and of course Mark, no? Bigay nyo list ng dive destinations, lahat. And ano yung top? Kasi
Yes, ma'am.
tayo ng promote tapos wala ang ganito.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano yung meron ng hyperbaric at nakalocate lahat sa ospital yan? Hindi pwede sa resort, di ba?
Hindi po.
Some resorts have their own
Wala po, ma'am.
HCS.
Wala po.
Okay. Then I will amend and hindi, bakit ako lang magdagdag? May pera naman kayo.
Yes, ma'am.
Na lang.
Yes, ma'am.
O mag-usap tayo kung sa budget nyo o dadagdagan ko.
Yes, ma'am.
Receive, right?
Apo.
Okay.
But anything na manggaling pong additional, ma'am, welcome po. Maraming salamat.
Okay. Walang Batangas. Ba't ganun?
Meron po, ma'am. Batangas is ano po, Mabini.
Layo.
Yun po yung una.
Sa Kanluran, wala.
Wala pa po yung iba, ma'am. Kasi yun pa lang po yung na-identify, ma'am, in consultation with PCSSD na high volume mong
What's PCC?
Philippine Commission on Scuba
Commission
Diving.
on
Scuba diving po.
ilang sa
Siya po yun. Ayun.
That's mga travel
Yan po,
travel.
ma'am. Ayun po.
Philippine Commission. May you're a government agency under DOT.
Yes po.
Newly created? What were you called before? Matagal na pala kayo. O sino yung mga staff na nagpunta sa mga diving, ano? Wait, Hana, sige. Okay. We amend. Okay, proceed. Interesting. Okay.
We will provide you po, ma'am, the list
We're
that you
the
request.
number one dive destination.
Yes,
Where?
ma'am.
Southeast Asia?
Southeast Asia po.
Are we?
Asia.
Yeah.
Asia's leading top
Yes.
diving destination.
Okay. Yeah. We proceed.
Next slide,
Next slide.
please. So ito po yung kanina. Next slide.
Yes.
Next slide. Then we already launched the online travel tax payment po.
Proceed.
Next.
Okay,
the
tama na yan.
awards. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
And then this is our sources of funds po,
And
ma'am.
what's the 3.7 is your own source of funds and your income, right?
Yes po,
sa
under the
GFCC.
50% share from the travel tax, ma'am.
That's your only source of funds.
Yes, apo.
1.5.
Aside from aside from this, meron pa ho kaming sources of fund, yung income po namin sa mga rentals, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
rentals of government assets,
Yes.
the other assets, and 15,
Yes,
1.5 of the travel percent of the travel
Yes po.
tax. Okay.
50%, ma'am, 50.
50 ba?
Yes po. 40% goes to CHED, 10% goes to NCCA po.
Ah, yeah, 50. Okay.
Okay pa. Next slide, please. This is the actual travel tax collection po namin from 2021 for the 5 years po. So, dahil nung pandemic, ma'am, tinamaan po kami. So, mababa po talaga yung
Yeah,
collection
proceed,
namin.
please.
Next slide, please. So, ito po yung uses of fund namin, ma'am.
Okay, proceed.
Next slide, please. So, ito po yung financial performance namin. As of August po, we already have 65% on our budget utilization rate po.
Let's go. 10-minute break.
Next.
Okay na.
Ayun po, ma'am, yung pinakalas na importante, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, ito po yung pinakalas na importante sa presentation ko.
Basahin mo. Put in.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Naway madagdagan niyo po ang budget ng DOT. Salamat po.
Sigurado, kaya nga ako tumatalikod sigurado madadagdagan ang budget nyo. Hindi, ang saya-saya ko matuto sa budget nyo. I mean, as that's why we're taking so long because binubusisa ako kayo at pasensya na pag napapagsabihan, ayusin yung art card nyo para maintindihan ko. Kasi for sure, I would want to increase the enhanced MICE Plus para magpakain naman tayo. Hindi pa din ginugot ang mga bisita. For sure naman, we want to participate in more travel marts. For sure, I want to put hyperbaric system in some dive destinations. For sure, I want to either earmark and or do more tourism rest areas and or community-based in under product development. I mean, we will do all this. So just be patient with me because I'm enjoying listening to you. But call of nature, I have to go. Can we have a 10-minute break? Walking and CR. No. What time is it? 12:04. 12:25. 12:30. And then we have to finish by 2 p.m. because of 3, no? 12:30. So we have 20 minutes. Tama ba? What time is it? 20 minutes. CR break. And because I don't like that we're eating maingay while we're, yeah? Okay. So thank you, but I see you then by 12:30. CR break.
Thank you po.
the budget of Intramuros administration. We're done with the budget of TIZA. Actually, TIZA, but it's okay na rin that the whole family's here so you can support each other, right? But the TIZA and post office will be on a different date, but I will deem the budget as approved. Para lang briefing lang, maintindihan ko kasi dapat, asan si Philippine Post? Philpost. Bago po kayo. Kayo po yung dati pa. Kala ko nagbago. Ang gulo-gulo. Bakit sabi nila bago? So kayo po yung sa hearing ko dati.
Yes, madam.
Ayun pala eh. Okay, okay. Sige po. Upo lang po dyan. Okay, next. IA.
Mabuhay and good afternoon,
Teka,
Madam
sandali.
Chair.
1 minute. Saan yung listahan ng kanina? Ng agencies. Okay. Okay. Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir.
Yes,
You're an election lawyer.
before, ma'am. Yes.
What are you doing in Intramuros administration?
The Commission on Elections, ma'am, is in Intramuros, so I'm here to.
Can you take a leave? Can you take a leave and be my election lawyer for my needs?
I do free consultancy, ma'am.
Very good. Yeah.
If I may proceed.
No, you were my lawyer in 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi ano lang kami, not face to face, right? COVID nun eh. Tapos nag-deploy ka ng lawyers, etc. O sige. Okay. So I'll be very kind to my lawyer.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam.
At saka, I support all the initiatives of the First Lady. Ang ganda nung, ano yung restore na pinuntahan ko a few months ago?
It's Centro de Turismo, ma'am. It's the adaptive reuse of the San Ignacio Church.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's an Intramuros administration property.
Yes, ma'am.
Centro de Turismo, but is it a DOT TIZA project? No.
It's actually funded. The base structure was funded through the NCCA. And then the rehabilitation was funded through private donations, Madam Chair.
Very good. Okay. Okay, proceed. Ano na yung mga mission vision? Alam na po natin yan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If I may go directly to our very, very short video
Ito, just
presentation.
question.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Pre-pandemic, in my third term, the NCCA set up in Puerto Real in a, what do you call it, a bastion? What is it called?
It's Revelin de Real de Bagumbayan, ma'am. The Likhaan.
Likhaan. 2017 or 18?
In the funding, 2015, but it was
Yes.
opened in 2019.
So almost 10 years ago, I supported, I initiated, no? I envisioned to have a culture and arts center. 2015, under the NCCA budget, we allocated and they looked for the space. And it's called Likhaan. Likhaan, right? But it was closed during the pandemic and it was supposed to be, and it was a arts and culture working space, not a museum. And we brought artisans and performers, etc. And it was opened with the Gamaba awardees, and Magdalena Gamayo was even there, and many other. Then COVID happened, it closed. And then they discovered, which would have made it dangerous. Sayang naman yung pondong dinagay ko, and I give annual allocation for Likhaan under NCCA. So where is it now? They're supposed to open somewhere else.
I believe, ma'am, that they are currently doing the conservation management plan for the Likhaan, and the half-cell potential test was already completed this year. So we are still waiting for that CMP from Petrojikin, the contractor that won the award from NCCA. So
it doesn't have to be there. It can be anywhere that's readily available in Intramuros, or maybe there's no option, there's no other space.
We can use other sites, Madam Chair, such as Casablanca and even the Centro de Turismo Intramuros for some of the activations of Likhaan while we are still rehabilitatorial. Yes.
Coordinate with Ria Brihino of the NCCA.
Will coordinate, Madam Chair.
Pero I'm sure yung 2015 funds, wala na yon. Pero na-implement lang yung 2015 funds in 2017 whenever it opened. No, I just want to make sure it's utilized. Either they return to the previous space or find a new place in Casablanca. But I think they dig an ocular and wala daw bagay for some reason. No. Kayo na po. Yeah, I
Will do, Madam
and
Chair.
NCCA. But just sayang, it's been 10 years almost. Likhaan. Yeah. Okay. Sige, please proceed.
Madam Chair, we prepared a very, very short video of the accomplishments of the Intramuros administration in 2023 and 2 minutes, ma'am. Can we play the video, please, with the...
I also have a list of all privately owned lots or properties that have informal settlers. And
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you're doing about it. Will government acquire it so that the informal settlers can be relocated, or is your plan on-site housing?
For the informal settlers, ma'am, we have a program. It's known as Simple Program, the strategy for the inclusive mainstreaming of people's living entitlements. In 2023, ma'am, we already completed 470 housing units for the 470 families who will be benefited with the relocation. But for the remaining informal settlers, ma'am, they will be under the 4PH project of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development.
You can answer it now. How many privately owned lots or house and lots or structures are populated by informal settlers?
There are 5 big communities, ma'am, that are currently populated with informal settlers. They're called Banana Community, Balon Community, Pagong Community, Maisan, and Plastican. They are located in Cabildo, General Luna, and also there's a community near the Lyceum University. So 470 of the informal settlers will be relocated hopefully within the year through the help of the Social Housing Finance Corporation. And then for the remainder of the first batch, they will be relocated through the 4PH program.
The remaining.
There will be an formal profiling of those who will remain, but based on our estimates, there will be around 1,000 to 1,400 that 1,100 that will remain after the relocation in Morong Rizal.
Therefore, they're from government properties.
They are actually privately owned properties, ma'am.
Is any government property inhabited by informal settlers?
None, ma'am.
None.
All
So yung
privately
private
owned.
talaga.
Yes, ma'am. That's why the route is to have the technical assistance of the Social Housing Finance Corporation under their community mortgage program, because these are privately owned properties. So we converted the informal settlers into community associations. That's how they became beneficiaries of the Simple project. And it's not just a relocation project. There is also a livelihood component because we want them to be successful in the local government where they will be relocated. So there's an allocation for about 30 units of tricycle with TODA franchise. There's a point-to-point vehicle, about 3 units. At Talipapa, a multi-purpose hall to really help and ensure the success of these informal settlers once local government unit of Morong.
May I see your video? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How many walls, what do you call it? Bastions, yung mga butas, what do you call it? The, not bastion, what is it called?
Baluarte, ma'am.
Baluarte? Yung may crevice na pwedeng i-rent out?
The chambers, ma'am.
Chambers.
The chambers. Yes.
Chambers. What is a bas? Oh, the walls where you can walk.
But it's the chambers are located in Baluartes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
Yes.
one is located inside Fort Santiago.
Yes.
We have about
Ang tawag dun sa chamber, Baluarte.
it's inside the chambers, ma'am.
Yes.
So the whole
chamber
area is a
yan.
chamber. Baluarte
You rent
de
out
San
chambers.
Francisco Javier.
Yes, you rent out chambers.
Yes.
Okay. And Baluarte,
It's a bigger area in Fort Santiago. There are several areas, ma'am. So
like
one is
Baluarte de San Diego, no?
in Baluarte de San Diego, ma'am. It's actually an events place. So it's a garden
Yes, I know.
that has
I
the
had a birthday
watchtower.
celebration there long ago. Yeah, beautiful. And then you climb. There's
climb.
a bonsai garden.
There's a
Nandun pa?
bonsai garden.
Nandun pa?
It's still there.
Kaninong bonsai yun? Gaganda.
It's actually the Properties and Conservation Division.
Yeah. Baluarte de San Diego is beautiful. Like Puerto Real, wala siyang chamber.
Wala po siyang chamber.
Pero aakyat ka, ang ganda ng view, tapos meron,
There is a watchtower, ma'am.
may watchtower, hindi ka alam. May banyo malinis doon. Importante lang banyo malinis.
It's functional, but we are working on.
Ito ang number one. Dapat may functional na malinis.
Yes, ma'am.
Diba? Na may basic trash bin. And how many hectares is the whole Intramuros?
64 hectares, Madam Chair.
Kaya ba nyo? Of course kaya. Sa lahat ng whatever you call it, chambers, baluarte, facilities that are open, that you implement strictly. In fact, this should be the whole of DOT, gawa tayong special provision ng RA 9003. Come on, you're a lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually,
Actually,
as a lawyer, can the DOT please be the strict implementer of the ecological solid waste management law that institutionalizes the segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting? Whether it's a TIZA asset under Dr. Mark Lapid or the Intramuros administration of a restaurant or hotel that's being rented out, or a facility owned and operated by the Intramuros administration, whether you're in Baluarte de San Diego or the beautiful Turismos Center or the Puerto Real, where the Litaan of 2015 was supposed to have been there, or the Manila Cathedral, whatever. Please, it's a law eh.
yes, ma'am.
Lawyers,
Yes,
ba't tayo lalabag ng batas, di ba? Asura, dapat walang open dump. Dapat walang nakatapon dyan plastic bottles. Paano tayo magiging UNESCO tentative list? At paano mananalo kung ganun? Even if meron tayong 2,000 informal setters, huwag natin sila sisihin. Di, damihan natin ang cleaners at dapat yung cleaners ay ini-implement ang segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting. I saw meron kayang material recovery facility. That's good. It should be how many barangays ang 64 hectares?
There are 5 barangays, ma'am.
So, yung 5 barangay na yan, mag-capacity building kayo ng 9003.
Yes.
Si Sonia Mendoza ng Mother Earth, ako na magbabayad. Ako na. Mag 1-day session yung 5 kapitan at kung anong kahalagahan ng kalinisan ayon sa ecological solid waste management. At kung saan dinadala ang mga duming yan or waste na yan sa MRF. Hindi lang para MRF, sa halo-halo rin pala. Diba? Gawin natin modelo, kaya natin yan.
Actually,
5 lang naman na barangay yan eh. Scott.
Actually, Madam Chair, that's one of our priority programs for actually for 2024 and for 2025. In 2024, we already have a board-approved policy for the implementation of the anti-vandalism and ecological solid waste management in Intramuros. So we will be imposing administrative fines for those who will violate and the ecological solid waste management law, and we will impose fines for vandalism, littering, and open burning. we started
Umiihi sa pader. Bawal yun.
Opo.
Meron eh.
Meron po, under 9003. We actually secured also the help of the MMDA because they have environmental enforcers. So in our proposed budget for next year, we want to have our own environmental enforcers as well so that we can impose fines, and it's also part of our advocacy to keep Intramuros clean and green.
Additional eh. I-meeting niya yung ilang? 4, 5?
5 barangay po.
5 kapitan. 8 kagawad. 8? Tama? 8 kagawad. Kasama ang barangay secretary, marking treasurer at mga officials. Sino mga purok leaders? Purok o sityo? Yun bang tawag sa Maynila? Ipulong yung lahat. Bakit hindi nyo sundin? Sa inyong kapakanan yan. At bawal dali nyo dito. Kausapin natin. Tapos, you provide the trash bins for segregation as you have in your picture. Bote, lata, plastic. Kayang kung sinong purok yan sa ilalim ng barangay, sa inyong pera. Tapos, food waste, ang dami dyan. Hindi dapat kinokolekta ng basura kung saan may lupa, ay dun ang food waste na gagawing organic fertilizer. Kung may spasyo. Kung hindi, maghanap kayo ng compost pit sa labas ng inyong sinasakupang barangay. Tapos, anong hindi sakop dyan? Yung latak. Yung hindi resikulo at saka hindi food waste, yung mga karton, inaano yan resikulo, timbang yan, may pera dyan eh. So yung hindi kayang maresikulo, na-divert mo na sa mo ng 75%, 25 na lang kukolektahin ng basura, residual o latak. Ganoon. So, ikulong mo sa kwarto ang kapitan at kagawad. At si Sonia Mendoza at sila Froy ng Eco Waste Coalition, kung na ang magbayad, ibaon sa barangay na yan. Turuan. Kasi naturuan ko ang barangay Potrero ng Malabon. Informal settlers I'm from Barangay Potrero. Naturuan ko din ang Barangay Nyogan sa Tagaytay. Doon ang lola ko na may maliit na farm noong 1960s pa. At yung marurumi dati na masamang ugaling tapon ng tapon, nagbago. Basta naturuan. So kaya nyo yan. Malaki tayo, hindi lang heritage, pero heritage na puro basura. Kaya naman. Tapos, functional, malinis. Tapos mag-dedicate kayo. Meron mo kayong mga staff na cleaners eh. Or, magmowa ka with dole. Yung dole tupad, or dole tupad, tagalinis sa mga banyo. Hindi pwedeng maruming banyo. Alam nyo, nakikita ang ugali ng tao, yung pagkatao nating pagka-Pilipino, sa ating pagtrato, sa ating kalinisan sa banyo.
Malinis naman po yung banyo, kaya lang because of lack of funding for the repairs and maintenance, marami po doon sa mga facilities ng banyo ang sirana. That's why we included that also in our
ask for capital outlay for the rehabilitation of all public CRs in Intramuros.
Madam Chair, yung sa mga ang maging source ng funding ay yung revolving fund. Ngayon po, para ma-free po yung space for the revolving fund, kailangan pong mapondohan yung ibang Intramuros, katulad po ng operations ng museum, ganun din po sa security, and kasama na po yung capital outlay projects po namin for the implementation of our solid waste management program. Nakakuha po kasi kami ng bioreactor sa allocation ng Department of Science and Technology. The bioreactor will serve as a composting equipment para po tumaas po yung ating waste diversion sa Intramuros. And included with that is the capacity building nga po ng mga members ng barangay, and even and all the tenants and business owners and even those residents in Intramuros para matulungan po sila nang sa ganoon mas lalo pong maging malinis ang ating mga heritage sites.
Training, DOST?
DOST po.
DOST will train the 5 barangays on RA 9003 and giving you the equipment of the bioreactor.
DOST and MMDA, Madam Chair.
Do they know how to train? O, patingin. Sige, kailan sila mag-training? Mag-e-embed ako ng staff ko kung tama ang pag-training nila sa 9003. Baka sila, pagbibigay ng equipment, yan. Tapos lahat ng waste, halo-halo, gigiling. Yan, ang tawag doon.
We started po with the waste analysis characterization study that was conducted
We're
in...
analyzed by analysis. Talagang puro analyze tayo sa gobyerno. Wag na. Alam nyo, sinulat ko yung batas na yan, 1998 pa eh. 2024 na. Wala nang i-analyze. Napakasimple. Institutionally of segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting. May material recovery facility per barangay. Bawal ang open dump. And then organic waste, food waste becomes organic fertilizer. Waste diversion can be as high as 80% and only 20% is collected. Ganun kasimple. Kung may bioreactor, ano ba yung makinang yan?
It's a composting equipment po.
Okay, good. Composting of what? Of the food waste.
Food waste and yard waste po. Because
Okay.
based po sa analysis namin, malaki, bukod po sa mga barangay, ang malaki pong waste generator of Intramuros. So yung mga natuyong
Barangay. Yeah.
Opo,
Okay.
yung mga natuyong...
natuyong dahon?
Opo, from our parks and plazas.
That's valuable. That's organic fertilizer.
Opo. So maliit po kasi Intramuros, so wala po kaming composting pit na kayang i-serve yung iba. That's why we...
So it can be used as fertilizer.
Opo, pero wala pa po kaming material recovery facility in Intramuros. That's one of our proposed projects po for the 2025.
An MRF can be so low tech. I even build my own MRF or wood that's valuable wood I recycled. In a little restaurant, and my requirement was you should segregate waste at source and implement 9003. In my farm, that's what I do. In the barangay where I stay, ganun din. So it doesn't have to be, doesn't even cost 50,000. I even built it myself. I drew it and I built it with the barangay people. Tricycle drivers did it. So you can have in every purok if you cluster your puroks among the 5 barangays.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Hindi kailangan ng magara at hindi kailangan low-tech. Ay, high-tech, pwedeng low-tech, pwedeng no-tech. Totoo.
And very important din po yung educational campaign sa mga barangay, pati na rin po sa mga universities. Because we also have a lot of students in Intramuros
If they
that are...
break bottled water, they should not leave. Okay? You have a sandwich in a Ziploc, take home your Ziploc after you eat your sandwich. You bring your bottled water, you bring out the bote out of Intramuros. Make it such a sacred place.
Yes.
It's sacred for heritage. and for environmental sustainability. Don't shit there, don't be there, don't leave your plastics there. So if you could kindly make it a no single-use plastics zone, if you put there that we strictly implement RA, if you provide MRFs for each of the 5 barangays, kung wala talaga kayong pera, which I doubt, I'll provide it as an amendment. Magtayo ng MRF kasi bakala nyo kasi yung pangalan parang, technical, hindi, simple yan lang. Tapos doon pinipick up yung imbakan ng mga waste. Yeah. Kaya nyo yan.
We will do po.
Yeah. Then here, Mexican Embassy has written me, I don't know if this has been done. The Plaza de Mexico is, they were requesting for it to be, what's wrong with the Plaza de Mexico? Is it not beautiful? Is it not rehabilitated? They wanted it to be highlighted.
There will be additional rehabilitation in Plaza Mexico, ma'am, through the efforts of the PBBM project, Pasig River Bigyang Buhay Muli project. That's one of the...
It's been taken into consideration.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, because this was still a 2023 request. So it's already being rehabilitated under your organic budget. I don't have to amend.
It's a project of this MMDA and the Office of
Okay.
the President.
Very good. So it's ongoing.
I believe they are still in the designing phase
Mm.
because they will have to submit also a copy of the rehabilitated design
Okay.
to the embassy
Very
for
good.
their approval.
Okay.
Prior
Um, so beautiful, right? That is a IA space, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
There's a hotel there.
It's why night, Madam Chair, complex.
What's that? They're leasing it from you. Track of that.
I believe until 2029. If I'm not mistaken. So, but they need to be rehabilitated as well. Actually, Madam Chair, the whole complex needs rehabilitation. From the time that it was built until now, it has not undergone any rehabilitation. So there are structural repair, including the roofing and even the sanitary line. To secure the budget for the rehabilitation, we actually asked the help of TIZA for the rehabilitation on the sanitary line. We were able to secure a donation to take of the sanitary line, the houses in one complex. There are still a lot of repairs to be done. That's why we also included in our proposed budget a higher budget for the heritage.
Because on TIZA, let them may pera sila eh. 'Di ba? Magkano yung total na hiningi nyo?
Ang board approved po is 58 million, but the
Kayo ng
total
TIZA yan.
But that's just the roofing, Madam Chair. For the entire complex, it's around 200 million pesos for the entire
Kaya ko
complex.
yung numbers ng TIZA kanina eh. Ang ganda, nasa UNESCO tabi mo. Diba?
Lagi naman,
Oo.
lagi po. Kung kinakausap,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
this is for the roofing pa lang.
Po yung
Said,
the sanitary line po.
the sanitary line.
There's a donor po who will take care of
good.
the sanitary
Bathrooms,
line.
lang yung mga banyo, magkatubig, maayos.
The bathrooms we are seeing the procurement preparation already for the rehabilitation of our toilets.
All public toilets, meron na. Very good.
Yep.
Basta
For procurement stage na po
Okay.
kami.
So may pondo na, nagpo-procurement na, gagawin na lahat. Hindi pwedeng walang tubig o mapanghi, walang flush. Hindi pwedeng ganun.
Opo. We are doing it on a per tranche basis because it will depend, of course, on our revolving fund. That's why some of
No,
the
how much nga? How much to fix all public toilets? Magkano? Kasi depends sa revolving fund. Give me please a proposal for all public CRs.
we'll give a proposal, ma'am, for the all
Sa
our
TIZA, pwede ako mag-amend din sa inyo. Basta dapat ang CR malinis.
Thank you, Madam.
O yun na muna. Kasi, tapos may mga walking tours kayo at the roads, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, part of our operations is tourism promotions and also museum operations, but we don't have funding for our tourism promotions. Budget. So we don't have any budget for cultural only reason why we were
You ask from the office of the secretary, since IA is under you, under their pamana or Philippine experience, wala kayo doon?
To clarify, Madam Chair, the DOT, whether it is via our branding unit or the tourism promotion Board actively and continuously promotes. It is by way of traditional media, social media, or in our international exhibitions all
Why
over
would
the world.
agencies have
Mm.
their own, need to have their own budget for promotions? You're
It's
ready
actually
already?
for
Budget for promotions. You're
it's
ready
actually
already?
for cultural presentations, madam. Was an Intramuros evening series and a Puerto Real evenings to have concerts
Because
at
I
the
funded
park.
that.
Yes,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
because before pandemic, I added the budgets for the Puerto Real evenings because when I was young, nung panahon yun, di ba? 70s, 80s, there was Puerto Real evenings and then nawala. So
Nawala.
when I shared the budget, I don't know. Yeah, in my
Nawala po ulit yung budget. So,
naglagay.
nag-stop po siya. Kaya,
Lagay ulit.
opo, it's one of our proposals po.
Yeah.
So, to
You can have in Puerto Real, pwede ka na sa Baluarte, San Diego.
Yes, ma'am. And also in Fort Santiago. So we have a regular cultural presentation and historical reenactments.
Ang
Because
ganda. Yung gamit ni Dr. Jose Rizal sa bahay na kanyang tinirahan sa Wilhelmsfeld ng Ulmer family was donated, right?
$500,000 for advertising and 100,000 in representation expense. So that
Whatever you call it. Not re for that for Fort Santiago. Okay? Because
yes, Madam Chair.
so that you understand. I'll connect it with our Messe guest of honor, where Dr. Jose Rizal is the peg. Okay? And the title, I will not say, of our being GOH in Frankfurter Buchmesse, which is an effort I did since 2015, and finally we got it. We're the featured country in Frankfurter Buchmesse in 2025 October. And the title of our of the Philippine Noli Betangere. Yeah, I'm not supposed to say it yet, the title. So we can do a counterpart walking tour, and I have a walking tour in Heidelberg and Wilhelmsfeld in Germany this month, which I funded also. But we can do a similar one if you propose to me for Fort Santiago. So that what's happening in Wilhelmsfeld and Heidelberg, Facebook Live or ano, para naman, pwede rin gawin dito. House in
Says that we offer to the foreign nationals, but they are required basically to put 20,000 US dollars in any of our accredited banks. And if they are receiving a pension of from $800 to 1,200, they're required only to put in 10,000 US dollars. And if they're former Filipino citizens or officers of multinational organizations that are
Sorry,
accepted
did I
by
hear it
the
correctly?
DFA,
Did I hear it correctly? That's 1 million pesos only?
they're required, I'm sorry, they're required only 1,500 US dollars if they're former Filipino citizens. Yeah.
No, you said 20.
₱1 million pesos,
That's right.
1.5. That's all they need. And they can stay legally in the Philippines?
That's all they need.
Oh, haba naman. Then what benefits do they get? They can stay legally for how long?
It's a non-immigrant visa that they get, and they can stay for as long as they want, unless they want to. Change their status and go back to their countries. But the one the benefit they get is they can enter and exit out of the country.
That's why there's so many syndicates here. For 1,500 million, 1.5 million pesos?
Yeah.
They can legally stay in the Philippines?
Yes.
Oh, no wonder. I think this should be reviewed.
That's it. Yeah.
It's too opening. Really are to syndicates. That's why there's a den of syndicates in this country. This Philippine Retirement Authority, I don't think that the figure are updated. It's too
Increasing that.
I don't know. Because it's a balancing act between attracting retirees at the same time, the security issues brought about by foreign nationals who do criminal activities in our country. For 1.5, they're legally here.
Yes.
Ano? What do you think of it, Secretary Frasco? PRA, 1.5 million pesos lang, legal na sila dito. And then you know, of course, about the security issues emanating from our porous borders as well. Emanating from our porous borders as well.
Madam Chair, we fully support the President's position of defending the sovereignty and security of our nation, and that is where we draw guidance in terms of striking a balance between pursuing our touristic endeavors while following the country's foreign policy. That being said, we recognize as well the trend that other countries have adopted, especially our competitors in the ASEAN, pertaining to the liberalization of the issuance of long stay visas, including even going to the extent of lowering the retirement age so as to attract higher spending, higher income, younger working professionals that opt to work and therefore act as early retirees, meaning rather make their living by the beach and the like. So these are make their living by the beach and the like. So these are matters that are challenging as a retirement destination. But given the present, we fully understand the apprehensions as far as liberalizing understanding of the measures that have been taken by the PRA under GM Zozobrado is that security blankets are instituted to ensure that syndicates and those with are of the these types of visas.
So the 1.5 million and retirees are actually screened. It's not a matter of just paying.
Yeah.
Who
That's
checks
a
it?
one-time deposit. That they place in every year, they have to pay an annual fee. Every year, they have to pay an annual fee of $300.
Ang baba.
Every year.
How many retirees, how many persons have availed of that? It's
Right now, they have about 58,000 all over the Philippines.
right. Yes. The profile of the retirees, who checks it?
May I show you our slide,
Maybe-
Madam Chair? We
Maybe
have
just send it to me because it's 2
quick.
o'clock. We have
It's
to
a
go.
quick one. We have actually prepared. Let's see. Can we show the slide?
Klaseng foreign nationals ang nag-avail ng
The number one
1,000.
is actually PROC Chinese.
Yun na nga.
Yeah.
Sino nag-check ng kanilang profile?
Second would be Korean.
So who checks their profiles? Since what's the process also of vetting and checking the background? Do they go through NBI check?
Yeah.
NBI, police clearance? When you apply for a job, may NBI police clearance ang Pilipino eh. Ito, I will no longer look at your budget. I'll review it after this. But please just, maybe you could answer it. Which government agency?
Next slide. It's actually all in the slide I
But just answer,
prepared.
please. I'll just look at your PowerPoint
Yeah.
on my own time. Which government agency vets the proposed retirees when they apply?
what we have actually done
Sagutin mo.
in order to secure is
No, I just want the name of the agency, sir.
well, Interpol. We have the Interpol clearance that we check on because we have access to the Interpol database. And before they come over to our country, we require them a police clearance from their country of origin.
A police clearance from their country of origin.
That must be apostilled by
How do
our
we get the Interpol clearance?
embassy. They get it from their country of origin.
Maybe I would like to have a memo. Just please give me a memo on the 58,000 and what countries they're from.
Okay.
And from 2022 to the present, under your term, mostly from what country and how are they vetted in
Yeah.
terms of their profile?
Okay.
Not just Philippine NBI. Siyempre, wala naman ditong record. Kakarating lang. But how do you get the clearance from their countries? And you said Interpol. Interpol
Clearance.
clearance.
No,
emanates
I'm
from
sorry,
where?
not clearance. We have access to the Interpol database, and that's where we check the moment
So
we
you have a
accept your
memorandum
application.
Agreement with Interpol.
We check on that. Individually. And with NICA, every time we accept new applicants, we forward their names to NICA, and every week we do that. And then we also deal with NBI. We share our
Kaya ba ng NBI?
database with
This
NBI.
58,000 is only from 2022 or from previous years
Actually,
already?
that's the current as of now.
Total.
Starting from the day, the time we started, which was in 1997,
It's 58,000 total.
until has already gone back to the country, canceled.
Okay.
So the current that we have is 58,000.
Can I just please have memo on programs in other ASEAN countries? Like
Yes,
Vietnam, send it to us.
on a slide
Not
actually.
here. Vietnam, maybe Thailand,
Yeah.
Indonesia. Okay.
Yeah.
With that, the other agencies, the post office, because there's an oversight, will have that meeting with TIZA and post office at time, but I will deem the budget already submitted. So having said that, I thank you very much for today's hearing and briefing. So the proposed Department of Tourism, along with all the attached agencies, whether I scrutinized it, asked questions or not, the others, I'll have to study it and I can just call the head of agency, are hereby submitted to plenary pending, of course, amendments that we may do, of course, in consultation with the heads of agencies. So the briefing is now suspended. Thank you, Secretary Frasco and everyone else. Thank you.